Hello? Hello?
No mire para acá. Oh, yes.
¿No miro para dónde?
No mire para acá.
Entonces, ¿para acá o para acá?
Exacto. Para donde
Hello,
se te dé la gana.
friends,
Mira para
enemies,
acá.
strangers, kind mothers.
Ay.
We're all each other's kind mothers. Oh, let's see who wants to join.
¿Qué?
Oh, wow. Let's see. What a pleasant. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is my this isn't working. Oh, but what a pleasant,
¿Qué?
a pleasant surprise special guest, David Norton.
How you doing, Iro? Can you hear me?
Yes,
You can?
welcome. Yes, welcome, David Norton, to Wake
Hey,
Up
no
and
problem.
Think Clearly, where you will help us wake up.
Yes, David, please help me wake up.
Yes, David Norton has been an early follower and educator here on the Wake Up and Think Clearly channel. And he's back again with great wisdom to share.
Now, where is Rami? He's the one that sent me this invitation to come and visit you guys today, and I don't even see him here.
Oh, Rami has invited David Norton to this special episode. He not busy being born, is a busy dying. Here's Rami.
So whose dog is that?
Here's my mother.
Oh, good morning, Mama.
No! Turn it off.
Well,
There's
guess
Rami.
we'll check in later. Good morning, David.
Hey,
No.
good morning. How are you today, Rami?
I am great, and my wife is upset
Why?
Off.
because she's super spiritually sensitive.
So what does that mean?
Well, we've been dealing with my mother, her mother, but that's beside the point. The real issue is that he doesn't like people, and I like people, and that's the primary conflict.
Turn it off.
And because people carry energies, this causes her great disturbance, and she's already been quite disturbed from the work that we've been doing.
Oh, maybe you could use your phone and
That's
go
all you
to
can
another
do.
room.
I'll turn it off.
I didn't quite hear what you had to say, Hiram, but I am going to disappear for a while, and if I show up later, that's perhaps
Maybe you
what
could
happened, but I
use,
can't guarantee
can you use
anything.
your phone? Can you and go to another room?
Turn it
So
off.
we'll see you a little bit later, okay?
Turn it off.
Okay,
Robbie.
thank you for inviting David Norton.
Turn it off.
Welcome, David Norton.
Yeah, right. So what was that all about?
It's a failure to communicate.
Nice.
Well, the thing is, we all have that problem, you know? And it's so funny, this past week, I don't know why, but who pays the thing on the Greek philosophy meetup channel? You paid a fee?
Yes, meetup.
Huh? On the meetup, yeah. Because I don't know, for some reason, I've been motivated to take, and I noticed you have me as a co-host on there, you know, to do a meetup regarding Socrates.
Create your own meetup here on this Central Florida Philosophy meetup group.
Yeah, right. I've been thinking about creating one, you know, for maybe 3 days or something, 3 different days to see how it would work regarding
You want to make it
Socrates.
like at a Panera? Make it local or both?
Well, I'd first do it online to see what the interest would be for local, and if there was interest in a local, then I would do it at a local Panera,
Okay.
you know. So
Thank
I'm
you.
thinking maybe next week I'll come up with
I
something.
will do
What?
my best to attend whatever you produce.
Well, I'm sure it'll be something interesting because it would be centered around, Socrates' favorite phrase that I know nothing.
Oh,
Will it be like a sharing session, or would it be more of a teaching session?
Well, the way I look at life is all people are teachers, and questions are the center and actually the instruction in itself, where people actually share their ideals through the answers of questions. So yes, it is a teaching session, but hopefully it'll be teaching from all parties who attend.
oh, great.
You understand that?
Mm,
Yeah, I
what?
see. Whose dog is that?
Yeah. Oh,
Huh?
that's
That's
Dawn.
my dog. That's my dog.
Oh, I see. We got one very similar to that dog. Looks almost like it.
She's a Labradoodle.
Uh-huh.
A
Ours is
mini
a
Labradoodle.
Bichon poodle mix of some sort, but looks very,
Uh-huh.
very similar.
Yes, they both got the oodle in them.
Yeah, and they're both small.
Mhm. She's a
Right.
mini Labradoodle because to me, she's big enough. She's 30 something pounds, which is big for me. But I hear a Labradoodle gets even bigger.
Yeah, some of the Labradoodles are very large. I've seen large ones.
Wow. So awesome. So yes, what should the topic be for today? Oh, before we do that, Jairo, I wanted to say I saw your video of you playing racquetball. Oh, he's dealing with his mama.
I think Cairo sort of left. So Jairo's playing racquetball.
There was a video he put out of him. His shorts fell off
Oh,
just now. But
I
anyway,
see.
no, he put out a video on his Facebook page of him playing racquetball. I was impressed.
Oh, that's good. Exercise is a wonderful thing.
Yes, I'm trying to get back into it, but ooh wee, it's a struggle to make it back to your.
Well, the thing is, it's a struggle whenever we make a change in our lives in any way. We're so used and inhabited to doing certain things a certain way that it becomes hard to take and adapt to new things.
Mm-hmm.
And we consciously have to take and make that effort or it doesn't happen.
Yes.
So what's this about the YouTube thing? I know Rami sent me a link last night to a YouTube video and I watched it. What's going on with that? Do you know, Jairo?
No, I failed to catch that share of Rami's.
Uh-huh.
Was it like via email to all of us or something?
Well, I don't know. He emailed it to me, and the thing is, it was, basically about everything that's going on right now politically and, in our society and things, it starts off, with the Rockefeller Foundation and how they've, infiltrated our health industry. you know, and it just goes on and on about all the different issues of today.
Oh,
So I didn't know if that was going to be your topic of discussion or
mhm,
what, but he sort of gave me an invite to take and join the group for discussion. But
mhm,
it's odd that he did that and he doesn't show up,
mhm.
because he's got a communication problem. He must be censored by his wife from communicating. He said that in those few words that he spoke, but he likes to take and engage, with people, which is what happens here in any kind of forum where you have people coming together to discuss different things.
Mhm.
So does Mike come to your meeting too, still or not?
Mike Taylor. I
Yeah.
haven't seen him show up in a while. So, and I haven't asked him why he hasn't. I could
Uh-huh.
email him and ask him that we are still doing this and we miss you.
Yeah, you've been
Uh,
doing this for a very long time. I really admire your consistency with this whole thing. I mean, I would be
Thank you.
frustrated and quit a long time ago, I'll be honest with you.
Wow. I
you
am
know,
amazed at myself too,
yeah, I mean, after
because
after
I'm pretty bad.
after I go through whatever it is that I'm thinking about and I learn what it is that I'm thinking about, I sort of depart, and just move on in life.
Yes. Yes, I learned so much from you when we started gathering a few times a month, maybe once or twice at a Panera, and even Mike Taylor would show up,
Right.
and you had a certain theme organized, and we learned and we shared and we debated and discussed cordially, and
Yeah,
we
right. Well,
left.
that's what life and that's what information is all about, where all the parties can partake inside of the discussion. I'm not one for coming here and just teaching my ideals, because whatever my ideals are probably different than yours. So I want to learn about what you got to say, or whoever's there, what they have to say. That's one of the reasons I really enjoy driving Uber so much, is because I get to engage with my riders who are willing to take and discuss. And some of those discussions are very, very good. It's almost better than you can find in a meetup.
You said that's why you enjoy. I didn't catch what you go to or do.
Oh, I drive Uber. I'm an Uber driver.
Oh, Uber. Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
thinking, oh, that must be a special meetup or something. It's
No,
Uber.
no.
So
It is.
when
Every
you
day when I pick
drive-
somebody up, it's a special meetup with me and them.
So
some of
when
them
you
talk and some of them
drive
don't.
Uber,
What?
you try to generate a small talk and hope that it leads to deep conversation that might change minds.
Well, I don't know. I'm not interested in doing that. But I do find people that, are interesting, to converse with, and, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have the same ideals, but there are people that I learn from. I
Wow.
learned so many different things from so many different people.
Yeah.
Even one day I picked up a fellow that what he did around, he goes around and checks all these power poles for rot, and that's his job. And he would take and mark them, and then somebody come behind him and change the power poles. I never knew they had such a thing, but I mean, there's so many different things. And then there's also a lot of philosophical questions that, that arise and, that we talk about,
Wow.
just like, now politically, you got this Ron DeSantis thing, and you also have, Donald Trump, still wanting to run for president, but yet they have two different ideals. And even inside of the Republican Party, you seem to have, two different sides to this whole thing, which is not only split between the Democrats and the Republicans, but the Republicans and the Republicans and the Democrats and the Democrats, because Bobby Kennedy wants to run now and Joe Biden don't want no part of them. I mean, that just shows how divided our country is, because people are unwilling to take and talk and share ideas and even ask questions from one to another. So how about Luis? What's going on with Luis?
No, Luis Del Pino. I haven't seen him show up here in maybe a year. No,
He's like me, huh?
maybe maybe he left because he couldn't get a word in edgewise because Dominic dominated.
Oh, is that right?
I'm just guessing, but it could be.
Well, that sounds appropriate now. Is Dominic still coming to your
Do you
group or not?
remember Dominic?
Huh?
Do you remember Dominic?
Yes, I joined your group a couple times when Dominic, I think, was in your group. But And I remember him, and you're right. As I recall, he dominated the conversation, wouldn't let anybody else talk. I mean, that's not a good thing because
But he would immediately stop when you interrupted, and he wouldn't like continue, and or sometimes he would say, well, let me finish, and then he would. So he was good about that.
uh-huh.
Hmm.
So does he still attend
Yeah.
your Sunday morning or Saturday morning thing?
But he his cat died, and he suddenly was in mourning, and he did show up last week, didn't he? And or the week before, and so maybe he'll show up again today. I don't know. Last week was pretty interesting. I got to meet
Last
Don
week,
in person.
yeah,
got
and
what?
he was last week Dominic did attend, and I went to Orlando to see Jairo in person. He came to my hotel and he filmed while eating breakfast, and then we continued the session in my hotel room while I got ready. And then Jairo continued to film for hours. Even when we went on an excursion, Jairo continued to film. But apparently there was a
Wow.
good session with last week Dominic came, and then a guy named Aaron
Oh
came.
yes, that was good.
Yeah,
He's from India.
from
Oh,
India.
really?
Hmm.
Well,
And
that
they had
is
a
very
spirited
interesting.
conversation.
Maybe he'll show up.
Yeah.
And there's another guy that signed up that might show up that I saw on Meetup. That I think he's new.
His name is Kyle. Hopefully he'll
Oh
come.
yeah, Kyle. So
Wow,
maybe he'll
that's
show
good.
up.
And then of course Mr. Joel Vinci himself might drop in.
He shows up like around 8 or 9.
Yeah. He
Or
comes in
before
later. He's the
9.
one, he lives in Toronto, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
he shows up and has an interesting like incident that happened to him or something. Like he's traveled around, and wherever he's at, he says, oh, I'm here now and this is what's going on, and it's sometimes pretty funny. And
Yeah.
then he leaves because I got to go to another meetup,
Uh-huh.
some philosophy meetup, like around 9 or 10. That's pretty funny. Oh,
Yeah.
and last time, or was it last time?
2
Or the week
weekends ago.
before, we played his game together. Like it was a game between Don and Jairo. And Don won surprisingly, because that game is designed to still keep the one who seems to be losing to make a comeback somehow.
Now, is this the game that Joel come up with?
Yes, it was pretty fun.
So
At
have you
first-
been playing it regularly?
No, we just played it that one time. Yeah, 2
It
weeks
was my
ago.
first time. And
Maybe
Jairo was
my second
beating
time
me
or something?
down. He was really, Jairo did really good because it was my first time and I didn't know how to play. So at first Jairo was winning, but calmness and just, I guess
Persistent.
staying with it, persistence really paid off, and I ended up winning. So I liked the game. That was I don't even know how it started. I think actually Joel planned it from the beginning, because when I arrived, I think Joel was already here, or he had the game set up to introduce it to us. So it was good.
Well,
That
that's
was an
good.
interesting
So
session.
I want to clarify something. Your name is Dawn?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And where do you live, Dawn?
I'm in Citrus County.
Oh,
No.
Citrus County. So you're here in Florida, but you just are not local.
Correct.
Local in a way. I mean, Central Florida still. Okay. Just curious. Okay.
But I'm
Yes.
fairly new. I've been in the group for a few months now.
Uh-huh.
How long of a drive is it to get from Citrus County to around where I'm at, or where you went to the
Where my
hotel?
hotel? It was an hour and 25 minutes to get there, but I went without traffic. So I went early in the morning. So,
Mm,
and then coming back, same thing, hour and 25 minutes.
mm.
So, Iro, are you still living in Lake Mary?
Oh, I'm visiting my mother this weekend. So she lives in Lake Mary. This is her house, and that's where she sleeps right there. And
I
I
see.
and I was assigned to sleep next to her and take her to use the bathroom early in the morning. So that's why I grabbed her before the meeting started. But it was she was still in the bathroom while I had to start the meeting.
I see.
I
So
took
what
her-
part of town are you living in now, Iro?
But I moved to like the Aloma Avenue and Cimarron Boulevard area,
It's like Goldenrod.
but more towards Winter Park, like inside Cimarron side. Yeah, going.
So you're right close to the Panera in Winter Park.
Oh yes, it's a few blocks away. We could meet up there sometime,
Yeah,
and maybe get Mike Taylor to join us and have witty conversations with him.
yeah. I wonder if Rami would take and join us there.
It's kind of far for him.
Well, he lives over up off of what is it, Hoffner or Reddit Road in that area there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not too far from there. Yeah, maybe we could do that sometime.
Yes.
But it
Maybe-
just seems like there's a lot of people that have joined that, the philosophy group. So, I just thought I'd do a little
Mm.
meetup to see what kind of interest there was in, looking at Socrates and some of his teachings and things that he taught.
Socrates.
Yep.
What was his famous saying that you mentioned?
Oh, he says, I know that I know nothing.
I know that I know nothing.
Right. It all boils down to that. Recently I took and watched I watched a video on something called the Ash experiment. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Are you familiar with
The
that?
Ash experiment.
Yeah. Where they take and they put 4 guys in a room with an instructor, okay, plus a fellow that is not a part of the 4 people. And what they do, the instructor asks all of them, about line lengths. They want them to match up a line. One line is a certain length, and then they have 3 other lines, and he asks them to match up the lines that are equal. Well, the thing is, there's 4 guys that are in there that are aware that they're supposed to answer the wrong answer. And then there's one guy that is unaware of what's really going on. So what he does is he answers the right answer while the other 4 answer the wrong answer.
Mhm.
And it's a demonstration of how people actually go along with the group after a while. Now, after they ask the same question to line up the lines, after 3 times that they did that, the guy that was an outsider started answering the wrong line was also the right line. So what happened, it was a demonstration of showing how we are all sort of people of group conformity, how we all conform to the group. It made
What
me
is-
think to myself that, how true that is, because we're all born and raised in a family, and whatever that family environment is we end up conforming to that environment as we grow older. And trying to
Okay.
get out of that conformity is sometimes very difficult. So what happens is we end up having the same expectations and the same understanding that the group we actually grew up in, but it robs us all from our own individuality, because in doing that, it censors our ideal of wanting to ask questions through curiosity. So the thing is, we end up going along with what other people speak rather than taking and having our own questions to engage, with other people. And as a matter of fact, when we take and find other people that agree with us, we're sort of in our homeland, so to say, to take and have conversation. But in reality, what we're doing is we're really stuck in a maze that we've created for ourselves. You know,
I
I
was
think
going
I
to
get
say-
what you mean, but I didn't understand what you meant by line. Line, is that line as in a sentence or statement or a piece of rope or what?
well, it's in, like you said, like a piece of rope when you're talking. When you're talking about a line there, I mean, somebody take a pencil and you draw a straight line. Okay. What they did is they had one line to the left, then they had three lines to the right of it. One of them was the same length on the line, and the other two were different lengths. Well, the people that were aware of the project and what was going on, they always matched up the wrong length of line. Whereas at first, when the fellow that did not know what was going on, he would answer the correct answer and then take and, be in opposition with the other four guys. But after a while, it shows how he would conform, even though he was wrong, to the other four guys. And that's what happens in life to all of us, because we come into conformity. We want to get along with people. So we have a tendency of just agreeing with, the group that we're with at the moment. You almost have to, because if you go to work for a corporation, or no matter what your job is, everybody operates in the same ideals and the same
Mm.
understandings, because if you don't, you're not going to fit into the group. You're not going to have a job. I mean,
Oh.
it's required, and the thing is, it goes back into basic instincts to me of people, because we naturally want to be in a group that is going to protect us, that we feel comfortable in, so it's very difficult for us to take and sometimes even ask questions that should be asked, but so we get caught up in our own little world, and that's all we see. And the point is, just like in Plato's cave, you're familiar with that. It really goes along those lines where, in Plato's cave, there was one that was inquisitive, that was curious, and he was able to break away from the cave. But the other two that weren't as curious, okay, their curiosity was censored by their environment. They could not leave the cave. So once again, it's just another demonstration of how we're caught up in our own little world of life. And that's all we see,
But so when the lines are drawn on the piece of paper, are they like going in the same direction, and you have to kind of visually decide which one is the same length as the other, which one you kind of visually
Yeah,
match them?
they're actually horizontal. What I would do if I do a meetup, I will take and actually play that video. I think I can play the video on the meetup, and it'll
You'll
come
find
through.
it?
So,
Maybe you can send me the link someday.
Oh, I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you a link that that I have made myself. From that. As a matter of fact, let me take and see if I can bring it up now. You have a chat here, right?
Yes, you can send it in chat.
Yeah, right,
could-
right.
You could even share it.
Yeah, I'll share it right now. This is
You
a
can
link
share-
that I made.
You can share what's on your desktop by hitting the share button. So there's
Okay, wait a second. Let me go back then.
in the controls of WhatsApp at the bottom. Well, it depends on the computer what it looks like, but on my phone you can hit share and then select the document or whatever.
I don't know. For some reason, I went away from this and I can't go back.
Hmm,
Let me
Mhm.
see.
hmm. Oh, and I saw that Dawn had her hand up and she brought
Yeah,
it.
let her
up.
talk a minute. See if I can figure this thing out.
Mhm.
I've heard this story using using a different object or a different scenario, but the same idea. I was once in a situation at my workplace when I was living in Virginia, and I was the controller at this company. And one of the benefits we had was we had a counselor that we could call and get support for. I was having difficulties at this place with these very strange personalities. At the time, I was, not awake. I wasn't aware of awakening. But already some stirring had occurred within me, some changes, the universe, I suppose, changing me. So anyway, I was having some struggles at this place. I decided to talk to this counselor, and the counselor gave me the story about a group of students that were not doing so well in this particular class. They were very low in their scoring. And what they did was the school decided to do an experiment. They put two students, actually, maybe it was more than two students, I think it was three students in the class who were higher level. And the experiment was to see if the students with the lower grades and the lower attention skills could pull themselves up to the level of the light, or the students with the light, or the students who were excelling more, so that they could be on an equal plane. In other words, bring the students who were languishing up to the level they belonged at. But what they discovered was that instead, the three students who, were at the top and excelling, who were the light, actually balance themselves out by bringing down their level of skill. Well, not bringing it down, but basically muting themselves so that they were no longer resonating at a higher level. They balanced themselves out to match.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what
So
happens. That's what happens with this, with
That's
this
what
ideal of, when you take a look at it, at this group conformity thing, because a person will do anything necessary to take and get along with the group, whatever group that they may be involved with, and it almost puts blinders on them to see anything beyond that. The thing is, the way I look at it now is that there seems to be these are two instincts that we're born with. Number one is to take and be with a group, which is, really sort of collective type thinking. And the other is we're born with a curiosity too, because I'm sure you've all have a child or seen a child where when they're very, very young, they ask all kinds of questions. And the thing is, a lot of times the parents or the people around them don't want to answer the questions that they're asking. So what happened is they get ignored. And by ignoring them, we're teaching them to be censored so that they do not respond to certain questions of their curiosity. And in a way, our own society actually kills the curiosity within inside of different children, depending upon the environment that they're brought up in. So everyone's would be proportionally different, so, it's
I was going to, if I could finish up real quick with what I was saying there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to add that this counselor said to me when I first went to see him, you need to leave that place because you will not be able to change them.
Right.
Now, I didn't understand what he meant because I did not have any intention to change the workplace, at least not consciously. I didn't have that intention because it didn't cross my mind that way. But what was more important to me was I didn't want to be a failure. I didn't want to leave my job. I have to find another one. The stress of all that. I was a single mom.
Yeah.
So I stayed and stuck it out. I didn't want to give up. I stuck it out and just to see if I could get through it.
Wow.
Several months later, 4 or 5 months later, I was back in his office and he said, "What are you doing there? I already told you, you cannot be there because you will not be able to change this place." And I still couldn't understand why he kept saying that. I wasn't trying to change them, but actually he knew me more than I knew myself, because in reality, that's exactly what I was expecting, because I am not a conformist. I don't conform. I didn't conform there. I've never conformed. So this experiment is very interesting to me because it shows me that I've always made a different choice to be against. I question, I don't follow. Why am I like that if we were programmed to be different? Has
Wow.
always been my question.
I have a question about your the story that was shared by the counselor. Like you mentioned that 2 or 3, like I guess overachieving or above average students were thrown into a classroom of regular or underachievers, kind of. How
Yes.
did those overachievers or excellent students get that way? Were they like been homeschooled, or were they in a class that contained lots of those and maybe highly motivated and with good teachers or something?
I don't believe he explained that part of it, but I recognize a student who is an I guess you say overachiever or overperformer. That's always been me. I've always been at the top. It's never, no one's ever talked to me about it. They just told me I was a part of the gifted and talented
Wow.
children that have these talents or whatever. But what was interesting was that they had, and they tried it. They didn't just do it once. They've tried this several times. I think David's aware of this. These types of experiments that they try in different scenarios, where they try to bring the children who are underperforming up to a certain level. So they put children in there that have performed and maybe have certain types of personalities where people will want to be friendly with them, but it never works. He said 0 times have it ever worked where the
Wow.
underperformers measured up or leveled up to the overachievers or overperformers.
Why do you think that is?
What is?
Why do you think that it never worked?
Well, it'd be really simple. The thing is, the way I look at it is that all people are created as individuals, period. Each
Mm.
person experiences life in a different way. And
Mm.
unfortunately, what our government and our society wants us to do is to all think the same. And that's an impossibility. It's just something you can't put that in a jar to have it exist,
Mm.
because everyone experiences different experiences. And the greatest thing that could ever be realized is that own recognition, because that would take and cause people to ask questions of one another and to expose themselves, just like Dawn has here about her situation, in this particular instance, which is a wonderful example of what really happens and how, people are sort of leveled out by putting overachievers with underachievers.
Mm.
And it really pulls down the overachievers and the underachievers come up. But the thing is, there's an average in there that can only reach a certain point, and it's really bad for the overachievers and good for the underachievers, but it's
you
not good
think
for
that-
society or good for individuality.
do you think that the underachievers get pulled up a little bit, or maybe get inspired a little bit?
Well, I don't, the thing, it all depends on the setting that everything is done in, is my personal opinion. Because once again, I think that people are born to be individuals, but we have to live in a collective state because of we have to have some kind of governing body around us. And when we're really young, it's our parents or our caretakers who teach us these things. And the personality and the things that we're taught by our caretakers, whether they be parents or adoptive parents or whatever, is what becomes a part of our individual life. So it creates a new being, you might say, a new individuality that once again has to maneuver this world that we live in of collective thought. And if you maintain individuality, that means really you're sort of a cynic and you're sitting on the outside of the rest of the world because you're always asking questions. That's just like Socrates. That was the most beautiful thing about Socrates, is he always asked questions and he always wanted to know. And because he wanted to know, he didn't want to know, he wanted to understand. Let me clarify those two words. They're two different words. But in Socrates' understanding, he ended up getting himself in front of the government, and they ended up pronouncing his death, because he wanted to make things better. And that's what happens when people are really truly independent and cynical and ask questions. Not that they have the answers, but they want to learn. And when you get around people that don't want to learn, that there is something that is just absolutely terrible, because they want to pull you down. They don't want you to learn. That's the same thing that's going on with our political system now. Same thing that's going on in our society, in our whole society, in many different ways. This is happening with with the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all these people that are actually controlling the propaganda that comes out in our mainstream media, and that we are exposed to, that we become a part of. I mean, we're all in this together in a way, but yet individually we're in it together. And that individuality, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be respected, so that each person can flourish to their highest possible degree.
Wow. Well said.
I don't know about how well it was said, but that was just my opinion, and that's all it was.
But how can that that story that Don gave be applied in the work environment? Like if you have a team, and do you throw the more overachiever to be the captain of the team? What if that person is not into leading, or is just
Well, number one,
Hmm.
excuse me, Don, you want to say something? I don't want to cut you off. But anyway, to me, the thing is,
Oh, sorry.
okay, go ahead.
I was going to say what the counselor explained to me is that this is a know when to hold them, know when to fold them scenario. Back then I was so asleep, I was snoring, I didn't understand still. But now I realize that you have to leave these situations, because you will not be allowed to perform to your greatest potential, because they don't want you to exceed or succeed or excel rather, because it shows them, it magnifies their faults, their failures. And it's hard for a human to see themselves, especially when they're not ready. So that's why it was difficult for me there. It didn't matter that I had done so many great things for the company. I had no issues. Really, I was never in trouble. Just the way that I was being treated by management, other, fellow managers and owners, was shocking to me. It's like, why would you hire me? You saw the resume. But what it was they wanted my abilities. They didn't want to feel the way that they were feeling while I was there. I didn't know I was causing them that distress. The counselor was trying to get me to understand. So he told me, you need to leave there.
Oh, so you were being not simply affected by coworkers, but by your supervisors. They didn't want you to look better than themselves, or something like that.
Yeah, something weird like that was going on with the owners. They were actually, it was like some kind of the mentality that I witnessed was like they wanted it to constantly be stirred up in there. They wanted the girls to constantly be in some kind of a turmoil. And it was all men, that the owners were 3 men. Why they kept the pot stirred was beyond me. I never participated in it. I have work to do. I'm the controller. But that angered them that I would never participate. I was always happy. I was on a different level, and it made them feel small or something. They would say stuff like, why are you always happy? You're showing us up, kind of stuff. I didn't understand it. But according to the counselor, that's how that mentality behaves when they are feeling threatened. So my only recourse was to leave that environment.
Yes, that's exactly right. I really respect the counselor that you had at that time, because he really knew what he was saying to you, because to me, you got those two different minds that exist in life too, two different characteristics, you might say, where you have the collective, where people all sort of stick together, and then you have the individuality. And it seems to me what the counselor was trying to do was to take and have you recognize your own individuality and your own consciousness, to see and take a look that you cannot change this group, because the group, especially if you're one against 2 or 3 or 4 people, just like the Asch experiment showed, they're going to take and pull you down, even though you're trying to bring them up, and they recognize that. They probably appreciated you having you around there to a certain point, but yet on the other hand, every time that they had an opportunity, they will put you down and make themselves feel better. I mean, that's what arrogance does. I mean, it's a very destructive thing to people. There's such a wonderful, example that you actually come up with there, Dawn, to be able to see that. I'm just, thankful that, you've shared that with us to, see what you went through.
And Don, how did you manage or decide to get out of there? Or you had to look for another job while staying there?
Well, my fear kept me trapped there. And so eventually they terminated me without any cause. The end result was that I filed a lawsuit against them and I won.
Wow.
But that the point, I never intended it to be like that. All I wanted to do was just work and be at peace. But this was a lesson at that time that I was not prepared for, and I could not embody it properly because I was still stuck in the fear paradigm.
Wow.
So now you can see that I sound like I know what I'm talking about, but that's only because I had to get beat up a little bit, so that I could learn the lesson when it's time to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And he was trying to get me to understand that I was being wasted and abused there. I needed to, what you were saying, David, recognize my own value and my individualism.
Yep.
Wow. That's hard to do when you're just trying to make ends meet and you're focused on the work and trying to be liked and don't have time to look for anything else, or too tired to look somewhere else. I imagine.
Indeed. And I'll just throw one little bit other thing out there, which is that this scenario has repeated itself
Wow.
many times throughout my life. I didn't recognize it until the most recent one, which occurred here in Florida. Actually, I was relocated here to Citrus County. I didn't even know this area existed. But when I arrived here at the end of 2019, I was here on vacation. The job I decided to accept took me from Tampa to Citrus County to take over this office here that the company had. But what I discovered was the same personality, that same energy that was at that company years ago in Virginia, where the counselor was trying to get me to leave. That same energy was in this company that I was working for when I got here. And it was a man owner, same kind of energy, very chaotic, wanting to stir the pot. But that's not how he presented it. He didn't say, hey, I'm a mess and I cause problems. No, he said, I've got these horrible people working for me. I need you to come and help me. And of course, I'm focused on my work and doing my job. While this guy he was a con man and a thief. He needed the environment to be chaotic and disruptive so that he could do his activity and then blame it on the idiot that he hired. That was his cycle. And that's what I uncovered. And it made him angry. This guy lost his mind because he could not pull the wool over me. And I was going along just like a goofy person. I had no clue that he had it out for me. But in the end, I left the company once I discovered what was going on. And this man sued me to keep my mouth shut. You will not believe what I went through. This was just in 2021, where I had to fight against the same energy I had encountered many times. But I believe it was a test in the end. It was a test to show me myself. And let me tell you, the changes that I have been able to embody in my life since that last occurred has been amazing. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
I finally
Wow.
got the message, David.
Well, that's very important. But the thing is, it just seems like as we grow older and we're more exposed to all these different things, the more that we can actually see that actually creates our own lives, you know, and the way life is outside of our lives with other people too, and the influence that it actually has on ourselves and our families and everyone around us. You know,
Wow.
it's great that you experience that, because so many people do not have the ability to stand back or sit back and actually see themselves in the situation and then to analyze it and then come up with something that's actually relative to the truth. That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. That made my day.
And for David Norton, he I guess you're kind of semi-retired, but you do Uber for some extra income and to get out of the house. But in that kind of work, you don't encounter this kind of drama every day.
Well, that's not quite true.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
you do experience you know, the nature of people, no matter what you're doing, no matter what the job is. But you find some people that are really interesting and that you can take and talk to and relate to, and then others, you know, like driving Uber. One of the things that really fascinates me so much is you'll get these people and you pull up to their house or their apartment, and the next thing you know, they're saying, "I'm walking out now," you know. They show up 10 minutes later. You know what I mean? Yeah. These people just have no idea of a sense of commitment or understanding of their own reality, you know. But I see this all the time. And then another phrase that I hear all the time is, "I am here." You know, when you can't find them, they text you, "Well, I'm here," you know. Well, where is here, you know? But
Mhm.
I really get a sense of understanding of where our society is really headed towards, which is very unfortunate, because a lot of people have not common sense. They don't have common sense at all. You know, they can't even take and figure out where they're at, let alone try to understand, you know, their communications that they're putting out. You know, it's not funny, but I look at it as being funny. Otherwise, I couldn't do this job.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. You do have to deal with different characters, and you see the same things over and over, but in different people every day. But you don't like really have a like an office environment where you have a supervisor's boss and coworkers kind of thing that Don has had, right?
Right, that's totally different. But the thing is, when I'm in my early life, I did, but I realized then I could not take and work under such an environment. And that's what drew me into the real estate industry, where
Oh,
where I spent most of my adult life in one way or another, where I
wow.
had my own freedom to explore life. And, you know, that happened for me at a very young age. And, you know, throughout my adult life, I was able to make a living and get by. I mean, it's not a secure situation, because you're always in the market and things are going up and down. They make changes in different laws that affect
Wow.
the way that you make money. I mean, there are just so many different things that impact your life that you really have to sort of adjust to, because if you don't, you know, the society and the world would just chew you up and spit you out, you know. That's why I've gotten into so many different, like Socrates, and, you know, who's the other one? Napoleon Hill, and, you know, Think and Grow Rich, and all these different things that teach you basically to look at life and examine life to know where you stand. You know,
How
it's
to
just-
be resilient.
what's that?
Resilient. How to be resilient.
Resilient, yeah.
That's
Well,
a
I
good
don't
word.
know if anybody's really ever capable of that, you know, sort of like Napoleon Hill. he was such a motivating teacher. The thing is, the Dale Carnegie thing, I think, was done after him, and so many different things. But he also wrote a book called Outwitting the Devil, and where he had a
Oh.
lot of conflict with the evil in his life. But the only
Mm.
thing is, he wouldn't allow it to be published because his wife was a member of the Presbyterian Church.
Oh.
And I don't think he wanted to be exposed throughout his lifetime. So it wasn't until after, was it 2001 or 02 when he died? I think he died earlier. I think his wife died in like early 2000s. And then they were allowed to take and publish this book called Outwitting the Devil, where he really gets into some conversations as to, some of the things that he came across in life, only he plays it off like a conversation between himself and the devil. But his
Oh,
mother was
that's interesting.
a really staunch Christian that believed in wrath of God and all this other stuff, but his mother was
Oh.
just the opposite. I mean, it's a long story, but a very interesting story.
So, I imagine that he creates this conversation to personify what's going on as like maybe evils, and he's making it not really that there's a devil, but that things look devilish, and so he's trying to give it a label or something. I don't know.
Well, the best thing you can do is take and, download the PDF on that and take and just read some of it, because it's very, very unique in its own way, So, you just have to let it resonate with you the way he presented it. But I just thought it was very fascinating, because the thing is, Napoleon Hill has had such an impact upon our culture in so many different ways, but it's sort of the opposite impact as the Rockefellers and, the Carnegies and all these other people, because they have totally
Oh,
created our mess that we live in, but Napoleon Hill was on the other side. And interestingly enough, I mean, Rockefeller would never take an interview with him, but he did with Carnegie and all these other Ford and all these other people to gain understanding as how to become a wealthy person. But his whole life is I got caught up into it when I was
welcome, Rami, to Wake Up and Think and Grow Rich Clearly.
With Peace of Mind, which
Oh.
was his follow-up book, because Think and Grow Rich was something he wrote, and it worked for him. In the 20s, he had a giant mansion, and he was throwing all sorts of parties and entertaining all sorts of people, and then he lost most of it.
Yeah, he did, right.
So
Yeah.
later in life, he did a follow-up book called Grow Rich with Peace of Mind.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Think and Grow Rich was one of his last books too, and I think that the Positive Mental Attitude he did with W.C. Stone, that's where I got dragged into him with Stone. And the thing is, it's so interesting now when I look back and I see that throughout my life as to what has happened, to that whole industry. Because the thing is, once W.C. Stone once he was dead, I mean, combined insurance got caught up into the money of the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and everything, and they run that whole thing now. But it just, to me, sort of fascinating. But W.C. Stone was really a very aggressive type of salesman himself. He was more so than actually Napoleon. But Napoleon, when he first came out, and this was before the Depression, he came out with some really good stuff. If you read his teachings, because he had a regular class, it was very in depth to teach somebody how to take and be successful. And like I say, I believe that all that was used. Dale Carnegie picked it all up and made his Dale Carnegie series out of that. But I mean, there's so much richness in that whole story of life, But I don't know. I can go on and on about that whole thing. But the thing is, once again, it goes back into Christianity. It goes into many different facets of life, and it ties even Socrates and Plato and all these people together. That's why I love Socrates a lot, because he had questions.
So Stone's aphorism was aim for the moon. If you missed, you may hit a star. UCF's motto was reach for the stars. And then the thing that was spoken in the halls of that university, even back in the RPU days, was reach for the stars, you might just hit the moon.
Yeah. Well, it's something, yeah. Stone was an interesting guy. But
Mm,
anyway,
wow.
as a matter of fact, I did a meetup on I did a meetup at one time. I don't know if you remember this. I wrote, but it was called Think and Grow Rich, off from Napoleon Hill's book that he actually wrote. But he didn't. Napoleon Hill used to live in Mount Dora too. One time, you know, after let's see, what was it? It was after the crash, the stock market crash. He lost everything. You know, he went to nothing. Guy was married a couple times, but he come out with a lot of good material for individuality, teaching people how to be successful on their own. I mean, that's what one side of our society is all about. Then the other side is all about the collectiveness, where, you know, you have to fit into the group, you know. But we're born with both instincts, whether we realize it or not. The only thing is the instinct to be a cynic and ask questions gets censored at a very young age. And society tries to censor it too as well, you know. So it's like now Ron DeSantis, since he's determined that he's going to be a candidate for president of the United States, he's being censored through all kinds of words through the media and through even the Republican Party. And I mean, this just goes on and on and on. It's just a part of life, you know. They want you to shut up. They don't want people to express whatever thoughts that they may have, period. You know,
Wow.
please shut up and listen to me, do what I say, that's it, you know. That's the way our
David,
society's run.
David, how was your journey? How did your journey start when you decided that I'm tired of working in the office environment? I'm going to go into real estate. How did that come about?
Well, I just basically told you, I met a young lady. I got laid off in San Francisco with United Airlines, and I
Wow.
gave me an opportunity to either go to Chicago or take a layoff. And I said, well, I'm going to go to Chicago because I lived in Chicago before. And once I got to Chicago, I met this young lady that worked at Combined Insurance Company for W.C. Stone. And what she would do is he would take and give books to, you know, his employees and want them to read it. Well, she'd come home with these books, and one of them was Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I didn't know at the time that Napoleon Hill and also W.C. Stone had entered an agreement, you know, because they were monitoring even their employees to find out, you know, psychologically what was good, how they could move forward and everything. And W.C. Stone and Napoleon Hill ended up writing a book together, The Positive Mental Attitude. But
Wow.
anyway, from that book, I started to read it, and it started to make sense to me that, you know, that I could take and change my thinking. It was my thinking that was my problem in life more than anything else. And that there is what actually started me on the path. And within 2 or 3 years of that, I had quit United Airlines and got a real estate license and started selling real estate in California. Now, the thing is, that wasn't an easy thing to do because I was broke for a couple, 3 years. And then all of a sudden I hit it because I went to work for a company that sold new homes, and my responsibility was to take and sell the resale homes. It was sort of like a well-constructed organization, but also there was a lot of money that was built into it too, and a lot of connections that were made that allowed me to do what I did. But from that, you know, I continued to grow and became self-sufficient on my own, you know, through my own investments in real estate and stuff. And then that led to me doing what I did. But
Wow.
all the time I've been focused on, you know, motivational type speakers and things of that. Now, you know, now they have what's the guy's name now? Tony Robbins or something. He's just an extension of Napoleon Hill. And, you know, the more they do it, the more refined they get with it. It's that simple. As we grow older, we experience more things, and we understand more things and can incorporate more things into our lives.
Well, you too can be our motivational speaker here on Wake Up and Think Clearly, so that we can all become successful.
Well, I'm not a real good motivating speaker. I'm lucky I can get the words out of my mouth, period, that people can understand what I'm saying.
That you sound very authoritative very experienced, very wise, very Walter Cronkite-ish, very
Yeah, right.
trustworthy, I think.
Yeah. That's just like, everything now, everybody talks about artificial intelligence, but nobody ever questions artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is something that's a lie, period. But the thing is, everybody's jumping into this. What artificial intelligence actually is transhumanism, is what it is. It's transferring the humanism of a person's nature, okay, into the humanism of a computer, which is
Oh,
really, it's an awful, awful thing, but you hear it everywhere,
hmm.
But once again, you can thank the Rothschilds and, the Rockefellers and all these people, the Bill Gates, all these people.
Hmm.
Just like if you look at an Apple, you ever see an Apple computer and you see the Apple logo?
Hmm.
You ever notice that there's a bite out of it?
Hmm.
What is the significance of that? That's the forbidden fruit. I think Steve Jobs, I don't know if he knew what he was doing when he put it out there, but the thing is, it definitely describes the computer industry and the computer software of everything that's out there, whether it's Bill Gates or was done by Steve Jobs, because the thing is, when you open it up, you end up with having to take a position on one side or the other, either it's good or bad. But the reality of it is, if you open up a computer and you can see that, and you can stay in the middle and look at both sides without causing any kind of anguish or whatever. You analyze both sides, and that's where we all should be. But unfortunately, in life, we end up taking a position of right or wrong or whatever, because in some situations, the truth might be right, but even in the same words, it might be wrong as to how that sentence was said. So truth is relative, objective, and subjective, all three.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, well, folks, I tell you what, I'm going to have to leave here because I got things to have to do. But anyway, because of Rami, I decided to take and join you. And like I was saying to Iro earlier, I think I'm going to take and have maybe a meetup. First I do it online, and if there's interest, maybe do in person over at Panera Bread again. So we'll see what happens. Okay.
Yes, go
So,
and do that. And I will
Okay.
Hi,
attend.
David.
What's
Thank
that, Don?
you, David
was-
Norton, for making this episode a highly regarded one.
I don't know about that.
We'll
No.
look back on this a year from now and say, wow, I wish I had attended this episode.
I don't know. Dawn has been a great, inspirer too, with her words of inspiration that she's experienced. It's been a wonderful thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Great meeting you, David. Have
Nice
a great
meeting you too,
weekend.
Don. Okay.
Alrighty,
So
bye.
we'll talk to you all later, and thank you, Romney, for inviting me. Hey, I got one question for Rami real quick.
Yes.
Have you heard from Mona? You know Mona, right? Louis?
Mona,
Louis.
the PhD candidate out of UCF,
Yeah,
who no, it's been years.
yeah.
Years since we
I
saw
tried
her.
to
She was
text
still
her a
driving a
couple times.
Pacifica back then.
I've tried to text her a couple times and I've not heard back from her. I just thought maybe, you maybe heard.
It's
Okay,
a great
folks.
question. Thank you, David.
Okay, we'll talk to you all later. Thank you.
Don't be a stranger. Come back and enlighten us.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll see
So
what
we
happens,
can
Ira. Okay.
live and grow rich with David
Yeah.
Norton. Hmm. So
Cool.
David Norton told us that he received an email from Rami, and it concerned things that are going on. And what were those things? Something about could it be the elites running the show kind of thing?
Yeah, you only need one elite.
Oh, the elite. Oh, yes.
You only need one.
Great. You always got to have one. Like, is it possible to have a society without the elite running it?
Right. Well, you can fool a whole bunch of people that they're in one.
Oh, really?
Why not?
So you could have a society that doesn't have an elite running it, and you can fool them into thinking that there is an elite running it?
That would be possible as well. Perhaps the scenario I was describing is the one of the one person who automates the society and then dies, and then the society keeps going in accordance with the automation.
Oh, that's interesting. Mhm. Oh, yeah. Really slow. Hmm. Yes, thank you, Don, for sharing your inter-office communication experiences.
Yeah, I feel lucky that that happened to me because it's a part of what allowed me to wake up because I didn't understand. I was trained the way I was programmed from a child was to be quiet, shy, defensive,
Mm,
not curious, creative. As a matter of fact, it was never an environment for growing those ways of seeing things, the creative, the exploring, the being happy. That was not the environment that I was raised in my home. So I have always been different. I my mother, the way she raised us, it didn't take. She tried with me, but it didn't take. I've always excelled on my own. I have my own way of doing things and thinking. And have been criticized for being that way. So to now realize that the way that I have been and the choices that I've made and the experiences I've had have turned me into quite a tenacious person.
mm.
I
So
don't
you
give up easily.
so you grew up in an environment that wanted you to conform and to not question and to fit in,
No, not to fit in, to fear.
to fear,
Yes,
to fear.
to be separate from society, to
Right.
be afraid, to conform to whatever that programming was, but do not fit in with everybody else.
Do not fit in.
Yeah,
You were taught to not fit in or to fit in.
to not fit in.
How can that be?
I know.
But
It created so much problems for me.
but how were you trained to not fit in? Did your mother intentionally teach you to not fit in, or what?
I don't think that like those words were used, but we were raised in an environment with a religion that I deem as a cult today, but that word means nothing. Good morning, Jorge.
Good
Morning.
morning. Good morning, Jairo, my teacher Rami. Good morning. How are you, Dan?
Good morning.
My teacher Jorge.
No. It's the other way around. My teacher
No,
Jairo Moreno, my teacher Rami, and my teacher Dan.
no, and my teacher Jorge.
There, there was a moment at some point in the 1980s where my uncle and my father were arguing over who was going to get to pay the bill at the restaurant, and it lasted for 15 minutes. And they kept putting the money in the dish, and they kept trying to hand the other person the money. That's just the way it worked in Saudi Arabia.
It was a weird time. Many of us were raised in these weird pockets and then that's why the way that I was raised made me think this is the way it is in the world. And so therefore I had all of these expectations that were completely wrong, that I am still disrobing from to this very day. All of these ideas about how it's supposed to be created a major dissonance within me that I wasn't aware of until my awakening. That's why it was hard for me to get out of my job that was causing me problems, because I thought you have to stay there no matter what. You're supposed to keep the same job for forever. That's what I was
Well,
told. That's what I was taught.
wait a minute. Were you raised in a cult or you entered a cult?
I believe that I was in a church that behaved like a cult.
Hmm. Was it like a Jehovah Witness kind of church or something like that?
It's similar. It's apostolic faith church.
Hmm.
Apostolic.
Apostolic, yeah. Supposedly they follow the apostles' doctrine, but really they control how you think and how you see. There was no questioning allowed in the church. So what's interesting is that was the environment it was with my mother. And then she found this church that matched her frequency, that matched the way she was, where you don't question things. She hated it. But that's what she put us in that environment of not questioning. I'm a questioner. I question everything. And on top of that, I was excelling in school and I was advanced. So my home life conflicted greatly with my education.
Wait a minute. You said your mother had a particular vibe that suited the apostolic, but she hated it.
Yeah. She
Oh,
did not like that environment where you could not question the
oh,
pastor. You
and
couldn't
yet
question.
she felt attracted to it, I guess, for social reasons.
Yeah, she joined that church early on when it was small. And so she became I would say, what do you mean? What do you
One of the
say?
leaders.
Not a leader, but a cornerstone member. She was there from like the beginning. But she didn't excel. They didn't allow her to move up in any positions or anything. I was a child, but I can tell you that that same home environment, that energy at home was there at that church. And it was an environment of restriction, control your thoughts. They didn't want you thinking or seeing anything other than what you were told. And the penalties were strict. Like you would be sat down. Like sat down means sat in the back of the church and no one was allowed to talk to you. And, you were treated like you were the scum of the earth, piece of poop.
Do you think that your mother kind of learned what they were doing to her and she started doing it to you, like controlling you?
No, my mother was raised in an environment that way. So she found a church later on that matched her. It just, to me, I'm
Oh.
surprised that she found a church that was just like how she was raised and how she was running her house, and she settled in there. But I didn't want to spend too much time on that. What I was trying to get at is that there's so many variations of how we are programmed. It's not just one way. That's why it's not just one way out. When someone says this is the way out, it only fits those people whose pattern match that. It doesn't
Mm.
necessarily work for everyone.
Oh, so when Jesus said, I am the way, it applied to his faithful listeners at that time. And maybe it shouldn't be applied to everyone as a one size fit all kind of thing.
Correct. It will work for some and not everyone, and that's okay. We need to, in my opinion, we need to reduce our conflicts with one another over each other's individual journeys, because it's going to be different for everyone, and it's supposed to be.
Mhm. Thank you for sharing. Jorge, what do you think clearly?
Everything, like Dan said, like just questioning everything with logic and reason as much as I can. Sometimes it's hard to do it, but yeah, that is the only way. Questioning, reasoning with logic. That makes me think clear. But I'm thank you, Dan, for sharing your experience with that church. But how do you come out uh, from that programming? Who helped you? Who told you that to get out from that programming?
I did it myself. I did it myself because and I wasn't aware. I was a kid, but I did it myself. Thinking back, it was an energy. It felt not right. It didn't add up. Back then I didn't know I was a pattern reader, so to speak. I didn't understand all of these things, but I can tell you that energetically it felt wrong, and there was like a visceral reaction within me, a very powerful energy that resisted it. It was like it just shoved it away from me. But what's interesting is my journey that I am on now, my awakening journey, has taken me back to these teachings, and I can see the misunderstandings that occurred within me because I was a child, so I didn't understand much of what they were saying, but also within the group, misunderstanding what the Bible was saying and what the purpose of us being here is. I don't think it was clear. The environment was set up in a control you for your success, but by doing it, it left us not able to understand and experience life as it should have unfolded. Instead, we became robots doing what we were told. And
Welcome.
anybody who questioned it ended up in a conflict within the church. So the only way I believe I could have gotten out of it was to just push it away from me, just leave it. And that's exactly how I got out. No one told me, no one helped me. I just left it. As a matter of fact, at 14, I moved to Hawaii to live with my dad.
Hmm, interesting.
But what about you? Was anybody else in any kind of religion or any kind of an environment like that where it was a controlling of your mind besides our government?
I was gonna ask Rami if he belonged to any belief system.
Probably.
And you, Jairo?
Yes, I am in a cult. It's considered a cult because I think in sometime around the 70s, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, after careful consideration and listening to other great teachers and from Tibet, he he saw that there was a disturbance between great schools of Tibetan Buddhism. So he started saying, I'm going to change things around. But then people that had the choice of either following what his changes were or saying, no, I don't want to follow that. And so that the people that said, no, I don't want to follow what the Dalai Lama says, I want to continue the traditional Orthodox way. So those that wanted to continue, they were not by the Dalai Lama, but people that were following what the Dalai Lama said. Okay, yes, we should do that and go along with what he's saying. But and so the ones that did want to go along with the Dalai Lama, they were ostracized. And so one of the persons that got ostracized was a Tibetan who started a school in England, and then in Florida, they some people that read his books on Buddhism said, "Oh, we'd like to receive a teacher from your school to come to Florida." So they sent teachers to Florida, and they started centers in Florida, and one of them ended up that founding a center in Orlando. And so I went to that center and I started studying Buddhism under them. And then this organization worldwide became known as a cult because it was not following what the Dalai Lama had said to do. And so other Buddhists were saying that it's a cult. So I'm in a cult because we're not following what the Dalai Lama says, and we're even called the Taliban of Buddhism. Something like that.
Oh, okay. And what if I don't believe in Dalai Lama? Do I go to hell or do I stay in heaven? Or how what's the take on Dalai Lama religion?
Oh, the Dalai Lama religion. Well, the Dalai Lama is considered a spiritual leader and leader of the Tibetan people, because he served two functions as a spiritual leader, like the father of the country, and but also like a kind of a king of Tibet kind of deal. So he was followed kind of like a king or a pope or something like that. And so he got kicked out. His government in Tibet got kicked out by the Maoist of China, and they took over all of Tibet. And so his government became exiled in India. So they tried to have a Tibetan government in Tibet called the Tibetan Government in Exile, or then they changed it to Central Tibetan Authority. And so it was headed by the Dalai Lama, but then he retired. He said, I'm through with politics. I just want to go around the world and teach whatever, if I can. And so he's trying to teach not to convert people into Buddhism, but to teach people things that they can use, like yes, trying to be good and things like that, and whatever whatever will help you in whatever you do or whatever you call yourself. Like if you're a Catholic and you study something from the Dalai Lama, then maybe if it helps you become a better Catholic, then that's good. Yeah. So he's not into converting, but he has a lot of publications and goes around the world asked to teach and stuff. Yeah, something like that. So if you don't believe in the Dalai Lama, then it's okay. You won't go to hell.
Oh, okay. Makes me feel better. But what if I don't believe in any religion?
Then you will go to hell, but that's okay too.
Have you ever been there, Jairo?
Because hell's kind of funner, because I heard from what I read on Facebook that or someone wrote yes a thread, and then someone commented that well yeah, I wrote a comment to that, and I saying something that well so in heaven it seems like you would automatically become free from marriage, your marriage vows, and that'd be good because then you could have sex with others in heaven, or maybe would I would think so. That would kind of spread the love because there wouldn't be like any jealousy. So you would have polyamory and polygamy all over heaven. And so that's what I comment. And then I got a comment from Rami saying that there's a way of looking at it from these people and it's like that there's no marriage in heaven or something like that. So
I was pointing you towards the Anabaptists, and they're still alive today in many derivative forms. And if you want to get into the depth of it, there was a fellow whose name just escapes me, but will pop into and manifest at some point later in the conversation, who wrote whole books. He believed that Jesus had already shown up in his document and was there to give him a whole series of visions that led to a whole series of books. And it's the most rich collection of, I guess, Christian context derivative visions of heaven that have ever been expressed.
the Anabaptists view of heaven.
Right, but it comes from this one author, and again, it's still formulating. How do you sing that song, son?
So
By the bay.
Pick up the track.
What does this author present to us as the probable view or the way it might be in heaven?
I'm not even going to attempt to paraphrase his work, but I will say that that he's got a .org attached to his name, and a whole set of people who have collected his work and made it available for the world to review on their own. And once you hear the name, you can just add the .org to it, go and start reading and researching on your own.
What is his name? Pray tell.
Like I said, it'll come at the right time. But yeah.
Yes, sir.
But let's discuss for a moment the idea of religion as construct. I'm not going to presume that if anyone doesn't follow my construct, religious or otherwise, that they're my enemy. What? Oh. Okay. Yes.
Religion as construct.
Yes.
I feel like I've come to realize that, yeah, this is religion is a construct. It doesn't matter which one it is. They are all constructs. They just behave a little differently. Belief systems. Some of them require full belief in all of their different ways, and non-conformity means you need to leave or you are excluded. And I don't necessarily see this as a bad thing anymore, because I recognize religion as an option to assist you with getting on your journey of awakening, awareness, consciousness. So I believe, yes, it's become corrupted, but I do see a benefit out of it. However, for me, it looks like a conformist system.
Oh, Dominic has his hand up, and it's like a white hand.
Yeah, so I heard you guys say earlier about questioning everything. Is questioning a leading or following thing? Because a belief system would be something you could question. And people that have belief systems, are they actually questioning? You know, this is the whole concept of philosophy, loving of wisdom. You know, to have discernment, to lead in discernment, you would have to actually question things. And I'm not just going to put it on just religion. Same with state and science. If a person chooses to reawaken themselves and start questioning things come in the form of, I've accumulated all kinds of reasons. So now I should be able to question it. It's like dragging it into your lair. It's kind of a little bit of a reverse of the Plato's cave ideal. So opposed to trying to explain to other people and saying, I just saw the light, which can develop into another, even Rami said, a construct, you know, question that. Why am I doing this? Think about the whys. You know, why would I join a religion? When you're actually, it's like saying, why did I gain weight? You would have to go back almost and say, okay, well, what are some of the patterns I did that would eventually result in me having extra weight? So people that are in belief systems don't usually question things. They try to validate it by reading more books, hearing more sermons, you know, until they actually are on that part. You can't fit back into a belief systems if you like to question things. Now, unless you just say, I question things, but then you really don't question things. You know, you could say things like, okay, well, I question, like, for example, Rami just wrote something. This is what the Lord says. Curse is the man. What is curse? Does it literally mean that you get casted out? You know, or am I blessed? You're brought in. You're brought into the fold. That could be a blessing, depending on whoever's saying it. Curse could be the same person saying it. Well, you don't join my group, so now you're cursed. We could play with words. That's part of the questioning. It's when you feel as though there has to be an answer, then who's the one that's giving the questions now? See, you can question yourself. Most people question things externally, but they never question it internally. Why would I ask that question? And it is kind of like a Pandora's box. It's just more questions perpetuating themselves. But if you're secure with yourself in your decision, most people that follow a dogma or belief system aren't really secure, and times will test them. Anyway.
Thank you, Dominic. I questioning. It seems to me that when questioning a doctrine, the answer would be given in like a catechism or like in a user's manual where you have questions and answers. And so it says, oh, this seems logical. Look at all these questions and they're being answered. But then there could be questions that you ask and then they can't answer. Maybe they can say, well, it was written in this scripture and this scripture is infallible or something like that. Then, so there are some questions that you get to that are unanswerable. I guess you could question them, but maybe the theologians have to debate them, and they don't know the answer. They just debate each other over the answer. Maybe they split. They form different schools because of you don't agree with the answers.
I think Jaro, sometimes how we speak tells us where we're at. The part I didn't add was my own personal experience, which when I was really trying to study what state and religion was, Roman Catholic. And I've kind of said this before to other people here in the group, where once I realized as much as I could understand of things and unravel, I told myself I will never allow myself to be converted again. That's what people do. They get converted from one thing to another. You talk to an atheist, they've converted themselves. I bash religion so I can actually join state. I'm going to be a state person. So, but it didn't deny me of, I can still seek out all kinds of different groups and or teachings in that case. It wasn't groups, because usually when you join groups, think about people that join Masonry groups or Rosicrucian groups. They're not there to question it. They're just trying to fit in. which is okay if you understand and you've been taught what's trustworthy. Trustworthy would mean that my parents still taught me that I should be able to question things, question them. But if you put an envelope over somebody or they put an envelope over themselves, then it's not really a teachings. The Dalai Lama does not encourage people to question him. Question maybe the teaching that he adapted that somebody else did or didn't exist. But you should still be able to question it if you're in that energy of wanting to learn. Most people only question things when they've made a clear-cut decision, I want to leave the group. So they're not genuine in their pursuit. You should be wanting to question it if you have any inclination that you do want to join a group. Or in this case, for me, it would be, I just want to take in more information. I'm not interested at the point where I'm actually seeking things to assess the situation, but most people already do. And they say things like, I agree or disagree, my likes and dislikes, which is fine if you're pursuing another belief system. You know, the Bible is not going to tell you, well, you know, all the different stories that were handpicked to be in that thing called the Bible that were against people. Now people could turn around and say, yeah, but a lot of people did a lot of bad things. Yeah, to keep the rest in check. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to join religion. What I'm saying is you should question those things and question why you think that I can't probe the ideal that it is bad or good. It's a choice. And for some people, they think questioning is not giving them freedom. Actually, choices like questioning things is giving you an opportunity of freedom. But when you're trapped in your own dogmas or other dogmas, I can't even say they're your own dogma, that would imply that those are yours. You know, I don't favor the Dalai Lama, let alone the Pope, because to me, it's not about them. It's about the teaching. So when somebody says Jesus, he's dead. Even if he's alive, who is he to you? Same with the Dalai Lama or Prime Minister, whoever, or President, whoever. What's the teachings? And if there's no teachings, what's the actions? What is actually these presidents of the world doing for humanity? What are the elites doing or not doing? You know, you just have to see some of the residues. Most human beings are confused. They don't know enough to question things. And when they do question things, they're still doing like a biblical story. They're pointing the finger outwards, point it inwards, because you have a better chance to be in your own playroom. Now, I'm just one person yip yapping. I might even be a little bit more articulate than others. But then I drive to a certain point what I value, not what I believe. Because if it's a belief, I have to question it. What I value, I'm still going to question it. But I'm going to do it. I'm not going to rely on some outside source in a written form or some group that's going to tell me otherwise. And if they are going to tell me otherwise, at least they're challenging me. But most people are trying to sedate themselves. And when that's not, go ahead.
How do you, or how should I, or how should one question something? Like when you're presented with a new belief, and so how to question it in a way that won't offend the believers. Oh.
It's not about offending anybody, Jaro. It should never be about, well, I have to walk on eggshells. That's a different form of eggshell walking. I don't want to offend you. No, you're projecting at that point. Would you be offended if somebody got into your face and said, you know something, you're full of crap. You just don't know it yet. Now, if you're the kind of person that's questioning things, would say, that's interesting. Why would you say that? But not too many people do that because they've been so sedated. But then they think, well, Dom, I'm wise. What, based on your age? Are you wise because you know enough to ask questions? Because people being older, I see a lot of people that are older and they're fucking wide asleep. And they spend way too much time defending or attacking or justifying why I'm no longer religious. Why the fuck would you have to say that? I'm saying a question. Now, it's maybe the way I say it, but then again, a person should have thick enough skin. But if they don't, I get it. You just can't go up to a whole bunch of people in a church that already are showing you what they value. Now, most people are going to say, I don't really value it. Then my question is for myself, not for them. Then why are you there? Pretending. How many people pretend? Yeah. They even pretend when they vote with an X. still teaching humanity to be, go ahead, Joe, go ahead.
If I want to learn about a particular religion that's different from whatever I know, like say I want to go to a Jain temple, and so I want to question their religion, how should I approach them, and what kind of questions should I ask so that I may learn as much as I can from their religion without offending them so they won't kick me out, so that I be accepted as one of them, that I continuously question them?
You're not questioning then, Jaro. You're monitoring your feelings the whole time. You're supposed to question the teachings. You don't have to go into a Jain temple. There's enough written stuff on there, and you can actually go inwards and say, okay, that information was inspired to be written by whoever, I don't care if an angel or a devil wrote it, then I should be able to go inwards and say, okay, so how does that serve me, or do I serve it? Most people that are in that temple are serving something. It's not serving it, not them. No different a person that turns around and says, I'm a monk. I said, the fact that you shaved your head and you're wearing purple tells me a lot more about you. They haven't done nothing amazing yet for themselves. Forget about me. It's not about me. Now, I could be a fly on the wall in that equation. But when you're seeking external things, you're questioning what? Questioning whether or not that bridge looks safe or not. How are you going to do it? You're going to ever so lightly go across it, or you're going to go inwards intuitively and say,
So,
not getting a
Joe,
message.
how I wish to learn about Judaism. So if I go to a synagogue, how do I approach them and try to be accepted? And what kind of questions may I ask to learn about Judaism that you might recommend?
Well, I honestly don't know, but I have been to a number of different religious organizations and ceremonies, and heard discussions about different things. And I guess the only thing that I would think might make sense is that the expression that says, that which is hateful to you, do not do to another. So if I went to I think it was called an Anabaptist service, and I didn't know anything about it, but I was invited. So usually if there's an individual invitation, that makes things easier, because people tend to look askance at a stranger in any event. And because I wasn't a stranger, but I was known to one member of the congregation, perhaps had a slightly better reception. And I wasn't really asking questions, because I didn't go there with the intention of converting either myself or changing anyone's belief. I just went there to observe. So I find just watching is the best way to begin. Obviously, if you're able to do a little bit of basic reading. And that's all I can think of to say.
Oh.
So if you enter with a belief that there may be something here that you don't understand, and you may never understand it with any religion or every religion at all times, you might be a little more humble. So humility, you should go with a very high humility quotient.
I love that, Joel. Thanks.
Humility.
Yeah. Belief system, another word for people that believe is justifications. Person will judge it, they'll defend or attack religion because they're trying to justify why they're in the group, but they don't actually question it. It's like asking a child, and this every human being should be able to experience this at one time in their life. They're crying, they're resisting going to school, and the parent says, okay, I'll let you go on. They cry, but you're still going to school. Why? Because you're not of age yet to understand how to go in a different direction. For most humans, they're still not of understanding yet. Now, there might be in this group five, probably not everybody here, that might question things, but most people that I don't see 7 billion people trying to jam themselves into this Zoom meeting. So that tells me there's a good chance there's about a lot of people out there that they're still going to the job that they've never questioned how they feel. Jolie said a word, observing. When you're questioning from within, you have to do it from an observation point of view. You can't do it with the eyes. That's why some people can take information when they're asleep. Why? Because their eyes are finally asleep. There's so much distraction going on where they're always thinking that everything has to be outside, positive or negative, it has to be outside. You know what I mean? Am I safe enough to go into the mall today? Am I safe enough to go to my job and ask my boss that it clearly shows that I'm worth even more money or more of a higher position for a raise? You know, but people don't look inwards as they're asking outwards, saying, well, how do I feel about that? Am I confident enough to know that if they say no, I'm willing to walk away? Most people never do that. And then they'll stay in a job for 40 years and then eventually say, I can finally be retired. Retired, which is fine. I'm just playing on words. But then people say the same thing. Oh, geez, I'm just about to die. I can finally give up being a Catholic or finally giving up being a liberal and all that kind of stuff. But yet wonder, what they're talking about attachments. I just don't get what attachment means. What the fuck? You've been living attachment. It's like looking around, I can't smell shit because you're a walking example of shit. And when I say shit, is it toxic shit? Is it wasteful shit? Is it the kind of shit that animals have to hibernate on it or to reproduce, my apologies, to produce on it? Or is it kind of shit that you can actually put in a garden and it'll actually help the garden grow? People don't even question those things. And those are just analogies or metaphors. I think even me and Don were talking about this yesterday. Does the program permit you to question within the program? If you don't, then traditions are going to die or flourish based on the fact that most people don't question it. It's when you start questioning things. Now that's me talking when I start questioning things, because most people aren't going to question things. They're going to defend things.
Welcome, Daniela. ¿Cómo estás? So we were talking about religion and questioning, maybe questioning our own belief system. Is that what we were traveling into? What have you learned so far, Jorge?
Learning about what, Jairo? Religion?
From this conversation?
I like what Joe said about the golden rule. That you can see that rule in every religion or, yeah, in every belief system.
How did he express it? Something like, don't do anything hateful that you would find hateful, or something like that.
Something like that.
That which is hateful to you, do not do to another.
There you go.
And
I like that phrase. I love it, Joel. Thank you.
It's an original quote. It's part of Jewish ethics.
That's kind of like the golden rule, but it's expressed differently, like negatively. But that which is hateful to you, do not do to others.
Yeah, do not do to another as the way I
another,
but I think it has somewhat the same meaning.
Because the other way of doing it, it could be harmful when you say, do unto others as you would want done to yourself, something like that. You might do something to others that you feel would please you, but they might not like it. Like
something like that, yeah.
Like if you like hamburgers, you might feed that to others and they might not like hamburgers, and you wonder why. I did what I like to me, and they don't like what I like, what's wrong with them?
Oh, you can resist something, and that's what that teaching does. I can even make up one now just for the sake of making it up. Extend unto others what you would extend to yourself first and foremost. So you're like a ladder. So why would I want to say, well, not to hate other people? Well, then what should I do? So now I get it about hating, but the thing is, what's part of the human experience is to hate. Just don't become a professional at it. That's short. Even that statement is short-sighted if you start questioning it. But I get it. That's another teachings. I don't give a shit if it comes from Hebrews, tarot, whatever. But you should be able to question those things. Now, the guy that goes around says, well, Dom, I've never questioned it. I said, so then what are you going to do? How are you going to love thy neighbor? Who's thy neighbor? That's a question. Who's the neighbor when you realize you've never been outside of that vessel? So who's thy neighbor? That's a question you go inwards. That's a conversation, the argument, whatever you want to do. You could fucking even be mad at yourself if you want. It's too short-sighted. It's too narrow-minded. And it's usually the mind that actually gets stuck in all of that, where, also, am I supposed to love my neighbor? Okay, but who's my neighbor? I'm not supposed to hate anybody. Who's others? It sounds nice. That's all it does. It sounds nice. Well, we're a bunch of congregation of people here. We don't hate anybody. Well, then explain fucking war to the rest of the people. It's a fucking short-sighted. It's a thought. Fucking burn that fucking teachings. Now, the person will say, why would you do that? Oh, now you're going to ask me questions about burning something where most people don't even fucking question that fucking simple fucking minded statement. Sorry, Joel. And you didn't create it, but it's a simple fucking minded statement. Whoever fucking created should be able to question it. Extend yourself. If you like to earn a lot of money, understand how the system works. Why? The system is not set up where everybody's going to be kumbaya. I'm a real estate person. I have to over increase things. I'm an electrician. I have to base the price based on what I can get the material for. You have to be aware of things. That's why you question things. And then once you go beyond fucking things, then you can actually learn about the essence to things. If not, you're coming back over and over again here. Now, if you might turn around and say it's a one life experience, I'm like, okay, then explain how one person comes out of a womb and becomes a trillionaire. Another person comes out of the womb and based on the color of their skin or their gender or their status or whatever, or classification, because if you end up being born in India, you would have to explain that to yourself. Well, Dom, I don't question those kind of things. Of course you don't fucking question it because you're a fucking sleep from fucking birth to grave. And that wasn't an attack on Joel. It was an attack on that teachings. This is the shit that goes in my head. That's how I question things. Because I don't want to give it kumbaya. Well, I can't really approach it because I don't want to offend myself. But then when people are about to die or move on, because really most people fear something they've never fucking experienced. You could fear things like, getting a cut finger, maybe losing a child or whatever, but to where? Where's the passion in the fucking conversation, guys? Or am I offending you because I'm actually questioning things? I'm not saying I'm around a bunch of people here that know how to question things. My inner chi, Joel, inner anger, my inner anger. Joel, I could quickly turn and start talking like fucking Pinocchio. Well, something, politicians, they all fucking do. They all have strings on them. Joel, I could play any fucking role I want to play. But I get it, Joe. You're kind of dampening the conversation, but that's what most of us want. Oh, I really can't be in this conversation. But yeah, we can rip into a prime minister or we can rip into a president without realizing, well, what's really their story? Hey, I don't judge. But meanwhile, that's judgment. What's the discernment in all of that? I wonder what they would have to do to become a politician. Well, they would probably have to sell themselves out or buy into a system. And how many of us would do otherwise? Probably not. My beef is not with religion. My beef is not with state, because behind state and religion is like gold. You melt it down, it's still gold. It's human factors. And it's not about outside. It's about me. That's where my journey was. I have no qualms calling myself a piece of shit. I have no qualms, but people get offended when I say that shit. Fuck off. That's a quick thing. And then I can sit back and say, I wonder how they feel about it. Well, I hope they're at least going to be either offended by what I said or thinking, well, Dom, you're allowed to say those kind of things, opposed to the people that are fucking indifference. Anyway.
I want to go back to the question that who is my neighbor? And for me, the neighbor is myself. I have to love myself first. If I don't have love in me, how come I can love Anybody else?
I was just at a philosophy group last night, Jorge, that dealt exactly with that in the writings of the Stoic philosopher Seneca.
Hmm.
And he, I don't know how long ago that was, but that was exactly his view, that until you have accepted yourself, and I think that goes back farther, at least to my limited understanding, to Plato, who said that well, now I've lost it. With Daniela suddenly appearing like that, it's interrupted the chain of my thought, which is tenuous at most times. And but anyway, we object to in others only what we object to most in ourselves. I think he was saying the same thing as Seneca was saying in a much more concise way. Now, I agree when you use these little short aphorisms, you overly simplify things. But if there's something that resonates in that with another person or even with yourself, some of us are not able to give 500-word expositions on any subject, and most people don't have the attention span. So it depends what your purpose in communicating. If you're looking to persuade or just to share, or if you have some goal in mind. If I'm trying to sell you a piece of real estate, it's different than if I'm just saying, look, I don't know if there's a God or not. I came from a Jewish tradition. Jairo came from a Colombian tradition. Rami is from a whatever tradition. Don is or Dominic is anti-religious. But I have no goal in mind to become either like them or to make them like me, but I may be able to enlarge my understanding by my association with them. That's my only goal.
Yeah, I agree, Joel. I think at one point in my life I went down the path of trying to get people to react. I mean, you should be angry, you should be outraged, you should be this. But maybe they were. They just didn't display it the way that I was. So I realized I was trying to control how people how they were behaving or how their reactions was being displayed. And when I came out of that, I realized I didn't want that being done to me. I don't want somebody controlling my response or telling me how I'm supposed to be. So I agree. If I'm carrying that anger, I do need to be mindful of how it comes out in my mannerisms, because like Dom says, well, I'm not trying to say this to Joel, or I'm not trying to attack Joel or go against Joel, but your energy had an intensity about it. I don't think it's wrong. I just think we need to be aware of it.
And we would have to explain why we have so much disease. The body actually communicates with us on a regular basis. The mind is kind of like when a person says, our family's all nice and clean. I said, no, you're dysfunctional. I could read your energy. Most of us can, we just don't actually tap into it. It'd be different if we were living 120 years and we're all living kumbaya and healthy and we're all running and all that, but you would have to question the body. The body's actually pissed at most fucking people. Now, they can question whatever they want, and at that point, I would be great. You're going to question things. By the way, Joel, I don't have no hatreds towards religion. I think anything else, all dogmas are funny. If anything else, I would favor more calmerism as the #1 dogma, but it's the human factor that I have issue with. And I'm a human. I'm in a human form. So if I'm going to have an issue, it's going to be with me. And if I choose to extend that outwards, that's my choice. Person always has a choice themselves. So, well, I really don't want to hear what he has to say. No problem. As long as you're not getting skewed thinking that you're listening to me. Best you're going to do is hear me. Listening should be done from within. That's where the mind communicates. The mind does not communicate just with the brain. It communicates with your gut brain, the midsection. Those are designed for your hemisphere. That's why people learn how to read or write. That's just solely for the king and queen. But anyway, that's me yapping again.
Dominic, when you have an issue with yourself, how does that conversation go?
Probably no different than the way I explained it to you guys. But I just dampen it down a little bit here. But then again, I can quickly go from silly to serious. But there's times I'm sincere about my approach. Now, people might, like I said, they might have a difficult time hearing what I have to say. I said, but that's revealing to you, whether aware or unaware, that you're not developed emotionally. Because a person can be in a room and laugh for hours on end, and the other person says, geez, I should have left. Why didn't you? Now, it all depends if you believe that people respect each other. Well, I was there first. I said, well, then you need to have that conversation. You should be able to challenge yourself around anybody. If the person gets all offended by it, I'm like, okay, so what? How am I going to distinguish the difference between a woman that's got raped or a child that's got molested based because your feelings are hurt based on what the fuck a word says? Should I say it in a foreign language? No, I'm playing a role here. That's all I am. We're all reading from scripts and acting. But now, unless you've never challenged yourself, you're not going to be comfortable. I'm not going to drive a fast car where somebody else has never driven in a fast car. Unless they want to play. Yes, go ahead, Joel.
How do you challenge yourself? Like what is it that you challenge about yourself?
Okay, I have moments, Jaro, and then I realize, geez, I'm looking out. When people are meditating long enough and realize, where do I actually see the word that I just have a thought of tree? People never even get to that simple awareness. And how I know it's a simple awareness, because it took me a lot of distractions to say, well, then I don't see grass. No, you don't. You're associating. You're hearing words like describe. Oh, I'm describing. Yes. Do you honestly think you see an emotion? That's conditioning. Now, people say, well, that's reality. I said, what reality are we talking about? Because there's fucking millions of them. And none of us experience it through each other's senses. Reading somebody else's story is not experiencing through their senses. But when somebody says, well, there was a guy named Socrates or Jesus, I'm like, okay, so I can only form a belief system. What do you mean? Because I've never met the person. And let's say I did meet the characters. I would say, okay, now I just know of him. What do they stand for? I would have to start fucking asking a shitload of questions. But that's what people do. They align with something and they don't question it. Just because it's written in a black and white book, think about it, written in a written form. We used to be able to read it through a scroll form because it does different things to your hemisphere. Now we read it from left to right in one hemisphere. Now you go to another hemisphere, you read it from opposite way, and then you factor in English language or English written work opposed to Hebrew and all that. Then you start adding numbers and colors. This shit can go on and on and on. But most people, they'll say, well, I don't understand. I say, because you've never opened yourself up yet. You've been fucking indoctrinated with a schooling system. But they don't want to hear that because they come into most of these fucking groups looking for pleasantries.
Dominic, so when you question yourself, you stop and say, oh, that is a tree. And you say, but wait, tree is just a label and I'm labeling everything. And so that's causing me to believe that the label is the thing, but it's not, or something like that.
Jaro, you're asking questions, but you're not really asking questions. We say words like spirit, prana, chi, air. You just see its effects. You actually never see it. So when I say the word tree, where do you actually see it? I'm saying the word. That's actually for the avatar. We have liquids in our bodies. It's memory stored within it. When I say the word tree, somebody else who didn't say the word, we're going to associate. And they're going to say, where did I get that thought from? And then they'll look at the object. You can call it an object. You can call it evil. You can call it material. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. But once you start seeing it and realizing, wait a second here, I actually don't see it. I'm describing the object. So you don't see tree. You don't see the word oak tree. You don't see the fact that there's a forest. And when I say that, you're not seeing the words that you're either saying or the thoughts you're experiencing. I'm literally saying the word experience. But then people would have to get into a state of meditation, a state of listening, but they also have to get into a state of peace, silence. When I say silence, I'm talking about you can still be there and you can still be talking, but still be in a state of silence.
So what's going on when you say the word tree and then someone hears it? And so you assume that they know what you mean by tree. And so does the image of a tree appear in their mind?
Once again, Jaro, you're not seeing tree. It's like, okay, I'm going to put it in the only way I can put it. I'm sitting at a table with all of you, and I say, okay, you see what you call reality. You see the fridge. I said, okay, so where do you see the word fridge? I don't. Where do you see the word white fridge? I don't. Where do you see the word white fridge in the kitchen? You don't see none of those words. The only thing you're seeing is a linear object. That's it. It's linear. Everything. This is why this is the stuff, Jaro, that's beyond know thyself.
Linear?
Linear. Thank you. Yes.
Oh,
thank you.
literal.
No, not literal. Literal. It's like a constant material. You're living in an objective realm. That's it. And I'm using a word to describe it. It's undescribable, but yet I'm trying to describe it. Now, somebody can say, yeah, but Dominic, I see the fridge. I said, okay, so now let's apply the thousands of different languages on that same object. Does that validate that that's what it is? No, but we need to associate the things. That's why I always respond to the name Dominic or Domenico, because there's sound in all of that. We are associating more to sound. A dog doesn't know it's a dog. It might hear the word do, a sound. Now, the schooling systems are good. It's only solely there for economic reasons, to be another doctor. So what does it mean when we have too many doctors and lawyers? If you're actually going to question it from within, it just means we don't know how to take care of ourselves and we don't know how to deal with our own affairs. But that's my perception of it. But yet I'm willing to test that for myself with other things. And now I'll hear other people. I'm not here to question them. I'm questioning what comes out of them. That's why I say you should question. But a belief system is not designed to question. Unless you just figure, I'm fed up, I don't want to be a religious person anymore. I no longer want to vote anymore. So then you look for things to justify. The same reason why you justified to vote was the same reason why you're going to justify not to vote. Now the question was more for you, Jaro, because you've asked all those questions. Are you prepared to probe that for yourself and say it out loud? Because I have no qualms to say it out loud. People can think whatever they want of me, but the question is, what do you think of yourself?
Yes, Daniela? All right. I can't hear you.
What is today's topic?
Oh, today's topic is how do we question ourselves in reference to what we proclaim to believe in? How's that? What do you think, Rami? Is that a good topic?
That's a really good topic. No, I partly the little bit I could hear. I agree with the guy that was just talking. Yeah, we're not in a system that encourages us to question ourselves in our beliefs. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's the last part I heard, sorry.
Thank you.
Starting to think. Sorry, I just got the topic, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Jorge, for your presence.
Thank you, Jairo. Thank you, Jairo and Rami, for having this event. Yeah, I'm thankful for that. So, but I don't like what everybody is stay quiet.
You don't like quietness? That's an important part of this discussion, because in the quietness, we have time to reflect.
Well, then we don't need to come here then, if you want to stay quiet.
No,
What do I need to come here?
because we come here to meditate. And so by being together in meditation, then it generates a strong frequency, a strong energy that shines to all directions to wake up everyone to think and grow rich clearly.
Oh, well, we can wake up and think clearly, but the way you're saying it is maybe you wanna make me believe like the way you're doing it, like meditating, stay in silence. Is that your way of thinking, right?
Oh, that's right.
It's like Dominic saying,
trying
why do you believe in this? Why don't you question
to-
yourself? Well, how does he know that I'm not questioning myself? Why do I have to wait for him to tell me what to do or what not to do?
Or we could say that meditation is prayer is talking to God, and meditation is listening to God. So we stay quiet so that we can listen to God. So let's all take a moment to listen to God by staying quiet.
Again, that's your way of doing it, and I respect that. You're talking to God. When you wake up, you tell me what he tells you.
God sounds like Jorge.
We do
Rami,
have,
Rami, I know you want to say something, Rami.
right.
You're just laughing like Daniela. Come on,
God
Daniela.
sounds
Jump,
like
jump in,
Jorge.
Daniela.
I know you're so funny. Yes, God sounds like Jorge. I think what I understood from Jairo is that it's not that this is a space just for meditation, it's a space for reflection, and reflection involves being comfortable with silence. Sometimes, like, it's not just mindlessly talking, not just talking for hearing words, it's talking for hearing well processed, organized thoughts, and that takes time and silence and hearing to ourselves. And meditation, I would say that praying is talking to God, and meditating is listening to ourselves.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
So yes, I think that for having a proper talk, we need to feel comfortable with silence. But if no one is talking, then that's not meditating. That's not talking.
Oh,
Just come here.
if no one is talking, then when thousands of people come to watch this on YouTube, then they'll get bored and leave.
Yeah.
So
There's the-
maybe
I agree, like some level of talk has to happen, obviously. Otherwise, it's not it doesn't seem to be, it's more similar to a meditation group than to a philosophy group. So I guess a philosophy group is it's moments of silence and moments of talk. Also, like, when you meditate, you're not like really focusing in one topic. It's not like something.
Usually people that are indifferent, they usually react. So pleasantries, or people will they'll get responded by, maybe, let's say what I was saying. The ability to respond, responsibility is different than reacting, and accountability comes with responsibility. If a person is hearing another person, there should be the ability to respond. Most people are just reacting. Well, what he just said made me feel good, or we're going to do guided meditation, or what he or she said made me distraught. I said, okay, so now you're gauging your reaction. Again, acting opposed to, and that's where people get into their defense and attack. And it's also revealing they're led by their ego, because now they're judging. They're not getting discernment. This is where philosophy comes in. It's the love of wisdom. But how can you have the love of wisdom when you're too busy caught up in belief system? Or you might just go one little bit step, because we're living in the age of Aquarius, where everything is through the air, where you're now just doing everything to get accumulating knowledge. You're not learning discernment. This is why when people have, well, I have a near-death experience, I said, okay, what is the bright light? You ever see the division between the tree of knowledge and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of wisdom, life, of wisdom and understanding? But most people aren't pursuing that. And I'm the kind of person, I don't give a flying fuck about the masses. I'm only concerned about the people that choose to awaken themselves. Now, most people here might turn around and say, well, I'm awake. And I said, well, then you should be able to question yourself, not question me, because then I'll quickly find out you're the masses. You're indifference. You don't give a flying fuck what's going on with the rest of humanity. You're too busy living in a fucking glass bubble. We all are. I'm not here to fucking sugarcoat it and all that kind of stuff. I know, Rami, I know you said it before, but you know something? There is times to be righteously fucking angry. And unless a person is willing to question themselves, then they're going to have a difficult time hearing somebody else doing it to themselves. Well, who's going to defend me? Who's going to defend a human race that actually there's war going on there? And then there's the elites, because they're not worried about humanity because they're too busy being fucking so indifferent with each other. What's going on in Asia? I don't give a flying fuck. What's going on in with the dark skinned folks in America? What's going on with Africans and other parts of the world? We're all dark fucking skin. Of course we are. But of course, does it matter about our skin color? Does it matter about our genders? You know, people start finding out what LCBO, what they're trying to do with all that. That's just population reduction. Yeah, but we have to give people rights. Where the fuck did you ever think you had a right as a human? You're supposed to be a steward to your vessel, let alone to the land. Now, I'm talking hypocritical here, guys. I'm not talking like because I'm fucking meow, meow, meow. I'm talking because I'm hypocritical, but I'm still voicing. Well, Dominic, I'm only going to say when I feel I'm what, fucking complete? I read a fucking book. I heard somebody else and I feel safe enough to hide underneath them. Get the fuck out there. But anyway, I went on way too long and I'm just acting like a total fucking moron, but I'm still okay with that, guys, by the way.
I'm okay with you being a moron. It's delightful.
Me too.
That's so much.
So Ronnie, you haven't had a chance to come back and have your say since this started a bit ago. I was wondering, what's your input?
I've had plenty of opportunities, but I wanted to there's the Quaker idea. You know how Quakers worship, right? They gather in a room for an hour on a Sunday morning and no one says a word. Unless you can improve upon the silence.
Wow.
Did you hear that, Jairo?
It reminds me of hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you again.
Yes, nice.
And the vision?
That was planted in my brain.
Mhm.
Still remains
Within the sound?
of silence.
Excellent. Beautiful song. So what role are you playing, Rami, today?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to be a rememberer. It's something like I don't know, between the last 30 and 60 minutes, I had mentioned a fellow whose name is still escaping me, probably for cause. Or maybe it's just because I've been drinking a lot of Coke Zero, and I found out also that aspartame, which is one of the sweeteners of it, has a role in that it affects memory.
That's wonderful. My mother has lost her short-term memory, and her long-term memory is all garbled up. But she still remembers me more or less when she sees me.
It's good that you're reinforced on a semi-regular basis. At some point, she may see you and not know who you are.
Wow, that would be interesting. She's 101 years old. Here she is. Despiértate, despiértate. Saludes.
Ay, Dios, la verdad.
Hoy tienes que ir a misa.
Sí, sí, tienes que ir. Y mañana
Mañana.
la mamá,
¿Y tu mamá?
sí. Ay, Dios. Y yo,
Mm,
mm,
mm.
sí.
She believes her mother is still around. ¿Mm?
Hay desayunito.
Sí, ¿quieres comer desayuno?
Sí.
Bueno,
Un desayunito.
arepa.
No, arepa. Ay,
Mm, a ver si hago arepas.
no. Eso no hay.
Avena,
Sí, no. Chocolatico
chocolatico
Ajá.
y cafecito.
y cafecito.
Q, Q.
Mm,
Mm, I'll go
Are you
call on the
Venezuelan
steps.
or Colombian?
Mm,
Are you Venezuelan or Colombian?
I'm a Colombian.
Mm, good.
Yeah, we're Colombian. Oh, I painted this. A tango. That's from Argentina, isn't it?
Yeah, but arepas are not from Argentina.
And arepas are from Colombia and Venezuela.
Yeah.
and here they are preparing breakfast for my mother. ¿Qué le van a dar a mi mamá de desayuno? Avena.
Primero la medicina, después un batido verde, después la fruta, después arepa con huevo, mejor dicho, todo.
Uy, they treat my mother like a queen. But she deserves it. She's 101 years old.
Wow, that's amazing. Wow, I see that, and it really reminds me so much to my family, because I have like a quarter of my family is from Venezuela, and my
Yeah?
aunt, actually, she was like the last year coming and going, taking care of her father in Venezuela, and the whole situation that you're showing is same like then her taking care of her father, like the employee making the café con leche or the cafecito and the arepas. And super cool. Really sweet.
Yeah, the culture in Latin America is different. We take care of the elders, but here in North America, they send them to a special place.
Yeah. Places here are very, very nice. I've been there, like I visit a few like parents from my friends, and it's not that they're like left out with no help. Like places are very pretty. And I'm not really in Latin America. So, I mean, different.
Yeah, but what you said about that, that remind you to your family. All the maybe I'm wrong, but I think all Latin America, it's like a sin to send an elder to those special place.
Yeah, you feel guilty. You feel like you're doing that because you're not able to take care of them. That you're an ungrateful children of them. That they gave you everything, and you're like abandoning them when they need you in their last years.
It's just the culture is
There is
different.
a lot of morality, and like
Moral and ethics, yeah.
But you know, I mean, I talk with the parents that live in these places in here. I don't know if it's the culture or what, but most of them are like, they say they're fine, that they like it. So, I don't know.
Like assisted living or nursing homes?
Like those places in here, like, and I've been there. Like, I don't know. There might be different levels, but some of them have like really pretty dining rooms and a lot of activities. It's like
Mm,
interesting.
wow.
I like better than the Latino culture in that sense, but at the same time, I know that in these current times where, you know, we don't have much time for anything, it's harder to manage doing it in the like more the Latino way. I don't know if the Latino way, because probably Middle Eastern countries do the same, and many other continents or countries behaving in that same way. But I know that
Mm,
current family system and etc. It's just harder.
yeah. Yeah.
I was going to ask on a quick other topic. Has anyone been noticing reports of sky activity around the world lately? And how does it relate to what we have been told in the past about the different signs of what's going on the Earth?
Mm,
And when I would say sky activity, for example, some people have been reporting that the sun has been having like a flashing effect to it, where it's almost like it's flash on, flash off, flash on, flash off effect. Also, I remember years ago that there was a report of the sun going black during the day around 10 a.m. in Russia. It just went out, the lights went out. I don't hear anybody talking about that anymore. And then most recently, over the past couple of weeks, people have been reporting seeing large vehicles in the sky over the Earth.
Well, you're starting to get into the territory that Steve Hall, the organizer to Plato's Cave, which is the original philosophy group for the Central Florida area. He also happens, in addition to that, is the organizer for I guess they call them UFPs at this point. But that's only one, I think, interpretation of how to view it, because is it extraterrestrial? Is it really natural? Is it supernatural? Is it technological? There's 5 options for you. Explore.
mm,
What I was meaning is its relationship. I mean, we're talking about things that they've said in the past. They've also talked about signs on the Earth. And I was just wondering if anybody had seen it. I guess the answer I've been receiving is no one's seen it.
Well, the sun flashing, I went back and viewed the video and actually posted a link to the portion where earlier when Jairo had asked me to describe Bitcoin, and as I was describing it, he was laying in the shade at Lake Eola Park, which is Orlando Central Park. And when he fell asleep, at one point a child had woke him, and he woke up, and then his camera fell over on its side. It wasn't viewing him, it was just viewing the sky. And if you watch that, I think 3 birds pass overhead, but the sun does literally, in that recorded video, do flashes. And I was trying to figure out, was it a result of the software and the hardware of the phone trying to auto adjust the aperture as the Earth rotated under the sun, and the light intensity adjusted so that the aperture was changing? Because that's my rational technological brain at work to explain the phenomenon.
wow.
And another question is, if I were there in the park and looking up, would I notice the flashes? Would my brain, all my sensory apparatus, would it recognize it, or would it never even enter my conscience.
Wow.
And then there's the other aspect of just point of perspective. In any event, we're all experiencing it from our own unique sort of liminal space with our own unique set of ability to sense perceive. So where others may see something, a whole nother set won't.
Ah,
Well, I have another explanation. So the call went out recently for an intergalactic Vinci competition. And these are just the different galaxies responding to their willingness to play or not play.
mm,
Daniela, this fellow who lists himself as Vinci, Canadian flag icon, Joel, whose pronoun is who, has created this game called Vinci, the playing board of which is laid out in a photo that's projected, or his green screen behind him is replaced with that picture. And I think it was maybe a couple of weeks ago. It could have been the same video that I referenced earlier. He was able to finally convince Jairo and Don to play their first. I don't know. Was that your first time playing, Jairo, or?
maybe it was my second time.
And Don, did you play prior to the time that you got to play with Jairo 2 weeks ago?
Nope, that was my first time.
Okay.
Wow, she was a
She
virgin.
won. She won, proving for once and for all that women are smarter than men.
Or maybe the game is rigged. Oh,
The nice, I think it was Plato, or it could have been someone else who said that you can learn more from an hour of gameplay with a person than you can from a year's worth of conversation.
really?
I don't know if that's Plato, but it's an Italian expression that you learn more about a person by sharing a meal with them or sitting at a game table or card table than that. So it's the same general idea. And I must say that over the years, I've learned that's very true.
And you learned a lot with being with Hiroshi in person, like
Yeah.
playing Vinci with him. Then
Yeah.
talking forever.
So Daniela, even though Joel is based in Toronto, he has traveled to Japan to play his game with one of our members who sometimes joins us. What
Did I
city
tell
was
you
it?
I ran into Hiroshi at a philosophy meetup.
Oh yeah.
Seen him, yeah. So he's still around and he's doing well, and he's still going to these different philosophy meetups in Greece. And this was a guy called Yorgo who runs a group in Greece.
Wow. Amazing. So maybe we should all together play Vinci so that we learn a lot from each other quickly.
Well, there's always the risk of getting to know or falling into the trap of thinking you know a person. And
Oh,
the person that you think that you know, you've decided that you don't really like, and so you're done.
oh. So if we play Vinci together, well, we might hate one of us and kick them out.
That was sort of the lesson of the movie War Games. The only way to win is not to play at all.
Bingo. No pun intended.
Could there be a form of Vinci where the rules are that it never ends, making it an infinite game versus a finite game, and then that way you won't have a winner or a loser, and everyone will end up being happy. And then they decide, okay, let's stop. Okay, great, let's stop.
Right. That was Lizzie. Was her last name McGee? Anyway, the person who wrote the 2 rule sets to the landlord's game, that was her second rule set was titled Prosperity, which I think is almost a play on we're going in cycles or circles here. The reason why Benjamin who's the fellow on who's the fellow on our $100 note? Benjamin Franklin. Yes. He would organize events such as this, and they would meet on a regular basis in order for them all to figure out how to get rich. Which ties again to Dom's, so we're closing or reconnecting so many different loops here. Statement about commerce itself being a form of religion. And what is religion but a series of practices in order to reinforce a set of ideas? And what is this? This is inquiry. So what are we doing? We're leaning into the ideas to try to explore them from the inside out, from all the different angles that we can come up with. We're the blind touching the elephant and comparing notes.
That's when we compare notes, we try to integrate our knowledge to come up with an image, a map.
True, and the map is not the territory. And more so than merely an image, a model.
A model.
Right. Consider each one of us has within our brains a formed model, which is hopefully always changing or growing or becoming more accurate.
And what is the purpose of a model?
Understanding.
And what is the purpose of understanding?
Action or inaction. Or to be more specific, proper action.
That relates to morality.
It can. We would hope that it does, and that's ethics. When people come and compare their moralities and try to find consensus, and then operate and agree to enforce upon others the same set of whatever that decided consensus is.
Consensus leads to cooperation.
It can. Not all agreements lead to action.
That consensus is transmitted via a religion.
It could, but religion wouldn't be the only medium.
Or what is it? What is that word used that does not, that is where that consensus is placed upon a society and you try to keep it separate from religion? like separation of church and state.
Ah, sí.
What
Talking
is
about
that
what,
word?
civil law, criminal
Or
law, contract law? It all comes down to being law, one form or
Or-
another.
commerce? Or
Writing, look up UCC, Uniform Commercial Code. There are
Oh.
volumes and volumes and volumes written just out of the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. Yes, probably, yes, go ahead.
the word popped into me. I couldn't find it because I was searching for it with the prefix con, but it didn't have a prefix con. The word is secular.
Right, what is the purpose of secular?
To avoid being tied to a religion.
What can the secular provide?
So that it allows all different peoples of different religions to have a consensus.
Is it always right, the secular consensus?
Hmm. What if the secular, by being non-religious, ends up being non-ethical, non-moral?
Right, there's not very many centuries when it comes to establishing laws on the basis of secular consensus. And there have been plenty of examples of where nations have gone wrong. And when nations, and I'm speaking in terms of nation states, because state has the weight of the power of the state can compel you to do things that you perhaps might not want to do. It could compel you, for instance, it could punish you if you don't comply with that consensus, whatever it might be. It can throw you in prison. It can force you to undergo procedures that you don't want to go and be a party to. Procedures external to yourself, procedures even internal to yourself. Those things have all happened throughout Europe and throughout the Americas, and we're all familiar with them in various stories that have been transmitted to us as a warning.
Like Henry David Thoreau?
Okay, give me an example that Thoreau gave us.
Yeah, that he went to jail because he didn't wanted to pay taxes because he thought that he was like being part of the government, treating the Negroes as slaves.
Right.
So that's a good example, I think.
But was it they were compelling him to pay taxes? Was that an income tax during the Civil War? Was it
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think it was on the around that time.
Yeah, and he didn't want the war, I suppose. And why would he have been against the war?
He was against slavery, so and against the war too. So he thought that by paying taxes, he was part of that system that the government in that time, in that era, was taking place, like wars and slavery and all this. Now we think that was it was not right. So he chooses to go to jail. So then the story goes that Emerson came to visit him and asked him, "Hey, Henry, what are you doing in there?" And he asked and he answered him, "What are you doing out there?"
Right, yes. Yeah, and Emerson was the advocate for the necessity of evil. He believed, yeah, really. I mean, what kind of concept is that? I still haven't delved too deeply into Emerson's perspective, but I want to move away from that and get into a more contemporary One perhaps inspired by Buckminster Fuller. But this was not Fuller's idea. This is someone who came after Fuller, named Peretz, not Don, but his son Jonathan Peretz. Don Peretz was a distinguished scholar who wrote about oil in the Middle East. And the thing about money is that, and this ties back to the idea that Dominic has brought up about commerce, is that it's a representation of energy. And when you are being taxed, let's say your income is being taxed, then the national state, the federal government, for instance, is actually taking some of your energy and applying it to whatever the secular consensus is, in essence. Now, if the secular consensus is to launch a war that's going to be the bloodiest conflict, wiping that's going to take over 30 years for the nation to recover from, and Thoreau is saying, I don't want part of my energy to be utilized towards conducting this bloody warfare. I mean, can't we talk it out, for instance?
I don't think we have an option to.
The basis for entering into the Civil War, the American Civil War, was between the Confederate States of America and the United States of America. Tactically, Lincoln used a method that was first deployed by Jackson in an earlier conflict that occurred like 15 or 22 years later, prior. However, it actually can go back to the Constitution of the United States of America, because a set of people, delegates, were sent in order to amend the original Constitution, which was known as the Articles of Confederation, and Perpetual Union. And that was the first document under which, or not under which, but through which the colonies turned into states. The people thereof were able to win a war of independence against the British Crown. So that's how sort of deep that goes. So what is the difference between a federation and confederation? Because ever since the Constitution, we've been living here in the United States within a federation, and to compare it to, but we actually began as a confederation, and the British Crown, the form of government that the kingdom uses is what's known as a centrality, wherein so these are the three forms. You have London is central, and then the British Empire, the sun never sat upon at one point. And today it's the Commonwealth and whatnot, and there's the figurehead, your King Charles III right now. England's never had that much luck with kings named Charles, so this will be an interesting thing to follow, or at least they've been tended to be turbulent forms of rule, probably because of the French influence. But the reason, let's get back to the difference between confederation and federation. An analogy is that the way the United States of America were set up initially is that as something similar to NATO, in that these were independent states, but with a shared interest for defense. When people talked about my country, they weren't talking about the United States. They were talking about Virginia, or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the state of Connecticut. These were their countries. These were their lands, like the difference between Colombia and Venezuela and Argentina. These are all their states. But it's interesting too, because I spoke with a guy from Canada who was a big, always trying to connect and coordinate amongst the Green Party in Canada, and he had this insight to share. He said, Canada started trying to form a strong central government, and they wound up with a decentralized government. And America started with trying to form a decentralized government, and they wound up with a centralized government.
So knowing that, Rami, because there's governments of nations, but who rules, not owns, but who rules the land masses of those nations? Like in America, Canada.
Still
You know.
split. Still split. The rule is still split.
By Britain?
Oh, well, I mean, you're going to have a very different view than I, because Canada is still somehow connected with the Commonwealth.
No, I'm talking about the land now. Unless people have allodial titles in America, who
Yes.
rules the land? Unless you actually have titles such as dukes and all that, America's still ruled by the old British.
Well, the law, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the
Heavily
law.
from British
I'm
common law.
not talking about the law.
Okay.
I'm talking about the landmass. That's why people that are Freemasons, they're allowed to have high rises on top of land, but they still have to pay tribute, which is called property tax, unless they get an allodial title.
Right.
Now, in Canada, most of the land is actually ruled by whoever happens to be the corporation. In this case, it's not the Queen per se or the state. It's actually, that's just a corporation. So those corporations are bigger than the Dow Jones. So
you have a provincial government system.
Again, you're talking about government. I'm talking about who rules the land.
Okay.
There's rulers of the land.
Right.
That's
So for
they
you, it's
understand.
Queen of England, though, right?
In America, it's the same
Okay.
ideal. That's what I'm trying to say, Rami. America, the landmass of America is still ruled by the state. That's why the Vatican does not have a say in there, because the Vatican owns lands such as, they actually don't, my apologies, Rami. They rule lands like when they took over from the SARS family or in Argentina. That is actually ruled by that corporation. Now, they do have head COOs, which they'll call them the Pope, or they'll call the Queen, or in this case, Charles. So in America, that's why in Canada, we have a standing military. It's called the British Army. They've been here for the longest time. They just don't reveal themselves. So in America, if there was ever martial law, a foreign nation would have to rule over them. So it could be Britain. So this is where people don't understand. In America, there's the Constitution, which was written for the people, not the citizens. This is why there's civil unrest usually in America. These are citizens that are fighting among themselves. What would be classified as a citizen? A police officer, a fireman, a military guy. This is why they're allowed to bear arms. This is where people have to understand the writing of all of that. This is why when they used to talk about not paying taxes, because most of the corporations are not based out of America. They do business in America. This is why America, when they only talk about their $40 trillion in the hole, they're not factoring in pensioners. They're at that point, they're over $300 trillion in the hole. This is why when they valued America in 2005, they were valued at 9 cents to the dollar. The country had already gone broke. Now, they've moved their ship. This is why they've actually done things like in China, where corporations have moved all their shops to China's, and they put restrictions on people to do business in there because they're already in there. It's a simple thing where I'm going with Rami. There's rulers of landmass. They understand biblically stories that there's not owners, there's rulers. So this is why we have dukes and barons and all that kind of stuff. In America, you don't have dukes and barons. What people do have an opportunity is that they can sign a lease. This is where the Confederacy and all that, they're allowed to sign leases for deeds for a long period of time. This is why real estate, not what's on the land, it's the land itself that's of value. Because you can build shelters on top of it, you can grow crops on top of it, you can do factories and all that kind of stuff on top of that. Until the people swing around and understand that, they're going to get caught up in governments. Government, those people are the middle of the pyramid. That's all they are. They're all selected. And it's no different than the United Nations. They're all selected, but they're not selected by the popular vote. This is why when people read the Constitution, we the people in our prosperity, what is the people? Those are nobles. What is prosperity? Our bloodlines. We're allowed to rule here as governments or people in corporations, but there's other people. This is why we have things like you pay for parking tickets, it goes to a corporation. You pay for your electrical license, go to a corporation. It gets collected by the government. So this is when I tell people, I said property tax and tribute is the same ideal. You're contributing, and this is why governments, when they saw openly, we're here to pass a budget. Well, who gave them that budget? Now you're talking about Federal Reserve, and you're talking about a different family like the Rothschilds or / the Barons, where they get the privilege of printing the money. That's why there's people that don't even, Rami, that don't even play with money. They understand when they did NAFTA, that was for the elite families. That had nothing to do with the citizens of the world. That's why when you hear politicians, they're not addressing citizens. They're addressing the nobles of the land. Until people get that around there, they're going to skew it and they're going to think, oh, but wait a second here. But here in America, I said, yes. Well, what is America? Are we talking about Washington, D.C.? Because there's different rulership within each state. It'll be like Europe. It has all these different states, you know, and then people can start understanding a little bit of how the European Union got formed and how they knew that a one government would have been more conducive than basically saying, well, we're going to interchange and now we're going to actually do the currency, where a lot of countries had to give up all their gold reserves to match a currency like a piece of paper that could be deflated at any moment. You know, just to share a little bit, Rami, I know you like to read things in Scholar, but a lot of that stuff is out there, but it's intuitively, and I get it. People are going to say, but I don't believe that. I said, well, then are you questioning the system? Have you understand why they actually do what they do, why they have titles? You know, most people in Canada do not have the privilege of having a Lodial title, but they'll think, well, yeah, but this is Crown land. I said, everything in Canada is Crown land.
The same concept applies here. So there's law and then there's power. Okay, and we can save for another Saturday the origins, nature of power. When we talk about America, are we talking about North America? Are we talking about South America? Are we talking about Central America? We're talking about North America. Are we including Mexico? The difference between the Eastern way of thinking and the Western way of thinking is that the Western way of thinking says that East is East and West is West. Did I say Eastern and Western? The Western way is the East is East and the West is West. And somewhere in between there is a line. There is a line. And the Eastern way of thinking is that the East is East and the West is West and neither is neither. Okay, fine. Now, if we're talking about Canada, you've got one set of law, and also still you have the king. If you're talking about Mexico, you have the president, and I guess governors within your, how many states do you have in Mexico? 23, 27? I'm not quite sure how your federal system works, but I would like to learn more. And then we've got this thing of delegated powers, which is supposed to, or supposedly based upon, or founded upon, at least for the context of the way power is distributed in the United States, as defined within the Constitution of the United States of America. And then you have to actually read the Constitution of the United States of America. Most Americans don't do that. And I'm going to count myself as part of that, because I still am only able to get to it from sections and articles and clauses and subsections within the clauses, because it's a lot. But it's important to know. And the more you study it, the better equipped you are. And then every constitution, or every state or commonwealth within the United States of America has itself its own constitution. So are you going to read that too? Well, the more you read it, the more empowered you are. And then if you live in a place like Florida, which has, maybe some of the other states and commonwealths do something along these lines, we've got a charter system that enables every county, if they wish, to set up a charter for their county, which enables them to weld more local rule. about, oh, I forget, 90, 85, 87% of all Floridians live within a charter county. And if you're not in a charter county, then you go with whatever is the default coming out of Tallahassee, our state capital here in Florida. And then there are the conflicts between the powers, between the state and the national government. And then there you have your commenters like Paul Craig Roberts. He'll make a claim that if you're paying a state income tax, you're basically a slave to that state. And of course, going back to Thoreau, if the national government wants to conduct a war such as Lincoln conducted, or if you ever watched the Beverly Hillbillies growing up, Granny would refer to it, the Civil War, as the War of Northern Aggression. I suppose that was a Southern classic sort of meme of long standing, because the idea between who owns what and how is power welded is a divisive one. And honestly, it's in the divisiveness, in that stress, in that tension, that the ultimate authority for the given situation gets played out. That's why we have so many lawyers.
Well, Rami, there's a whole bunch of convincing of generations to convince their kids to learn how to write, and then they convince them to write with only their right hand, convince people to be masters, convince people to be slaves. So to convince people to see or not see how the Constitution was written and for who is an easy thing to mislead anybody. You know, once you find out who's writing all this stuff or who's endorsing it, then they'll understand why they had struggles north and south. You know, because they implemented things such as slavery on all kinds of people. But then that slavery has been going on for generations in different nations. There's always somebody that wants to form a family, and then they have to learn how to protect it. If not, then a whole bunch of other families form a tribe or a gang, and they try to take away things from each other. Like, you know, I've shared this with people before, where how would capitalists work if all of a sudden it was handed upon the Asian, the Chinese, well, just say, because there's so many Asian nations, the Chinese, or for example, the Indians, how would all the rest of the nations supplement them? You know, America is such a small empire right now out of 400 million people, but they have many branches, but they've done all kinds of deals with all other nations. And when I say America, I'm just talking about what people want to perceive as called as America, you know, so you know, and that's where we're at. You know, a lot of people now, a lot of nations are moving away from the being forced to trade with Federal Reserve through America, and now they're going back to a gold standard. And those are the same nations that used to bail out America. You know, because, and when I say America, I'm talking about keeping their corporation running, because you know, a lot of money that goes towards military and all that kind of stuff just doesn't. It can only last for so long. You know, Trump said it
exhausts itself. The people are like, that's it, we're done, we're conquered.
Yeah, and you kind of tapped on it a little bit. When we exchange our energy for something, like I could have all the land in the world, but if people aren't willing to consume their energy to work it or live off of it, then basically I just have a bunch of land. And that's where we're at. And I guess just in the nick of time, because they've convinced a whole bunch of people, including us, to have technology, you know, digital. If digital was around centuries ago, we wouldn't have fiat currency and we wouldn't even have the written work. It's a cumbersome way of engaging with each other. Now, most people say, yeah, but that's all we've ever had. I said, no, that's everything you've ever been presented with. You know, it's like when a person says, what was before the written work? There was things way before the written work. But the written work is the only thing that can actually get people to understand the concept of history. Unless you had old oracles that would say things for hours or weeks on end, and having an apprentice to remember all the different, you know, ages and what we did. This is where the written work, it's a dumbed down version. I hate to say it, Rami, but that's, if you understand energy, you'll understand the written work is a dumbed down version. And then becoming a scholar, let alone being a scribe, is a dumbed down process. Now, when a person starts becoming aware, but how would I record all of this stuff? You would do it orally. Now, even oral is a dumbed down version too, because people don't always get information through those hemispheres. They get it from intuitive, insightful. You get a gut feeling. That's how the mind communicates, not the brain, but that's how it communicates with that version of the brain. This is why women are more insightful or intuitive, especially if they actually have children, they become engaged. But for some of them, if not a lot of them, they don't know how to work it because nobody's ever taught them those things. You know, so again, it's one of those things where until a person starts questioning from within, then you're going to realize your library's inside, your teacher-student relationship is from within. You know, the teacher's not going to show itself to a student that's not ready to be a student yet. You know, for some people, they get into the ideal, I'm going to be initiated. I said, that doesn't mean you're a student yet. It just means you're initiated. We all get initiated. This is why when people learn 1 or 2 degrees, but meanwhile, forgetting that the English language itself has 5 degrees built within it. It is what it is.
Yeah, in the end, until it isn't anymore. And then something else is. China is interesting in that, I mean, we here in the Americas may think that it's just that, China, but when you go into China, it's full of all these ethnic groups and all these languages and these cities that have been built together where all these people are thrown in, and oftentimes they're there and they're the first generation to be there. So you walk 3 blocks and they're talking a whole nother language. Yeah, it's not Cantonese and it's not Mandarin. And most of the people live within a circle that centers around Southeast Asia. More people live in that portion of the world than are living in the rest of it. So the distributions and the concentrations of human population across our planet is uniquely and dispersely and unevenly spread. And Pareto, I think he was an Italian economist studying Italian real estate in the 19th, maybe early 20th century. He saw that what 80% of the land was being owned by 20% of the people, and then it took off from there. And it turns out he was actually tapping into something that goes that actually predates our species. It's something about life itself in terms of how access to resources predominate with, like, let's say a king, let's say the king of the crabs, or this gets into Jordan Peterson's lobsters, which he's just referencing the work of biologists from prior to that, which gets into things like our brain chemistries, serotonin, the dopamine, and all the other hormones involved. But also it would include the structures of our brains, the hypothalamus, the amygdala. You know, part of us, in each one of us, there's something that seeks out the novel. And other parts of us, it's about defense. And each plays a role, and some people will be dominant in defense, and some people will be dominant in the novel. What's novel? What's new? What's to explore? What's to seek? What's to find out? What's to learn? What's to grow? What's to develop? Defense is just as important with that, because if you're not holding to a keep, then you're losing it. So in a way, that is whether you're dominant amygdala or dominant that other part of the brain, then that can actually, in a sort of naturalistic way, explain why we have conservative and liberal or progressive groups. I mean, progressive is a whole nother concept, because that's about moving forward, I think, with both parts of the brain. So between the split between liberal and conservative, essentially. But so we had this thing called, at least in the United States, and I know a lot of other folks in the world moved along this way too, known as the American Progressive Movement. It lasted for about 50 years, starting probably with, I would argue, Henry George's, although there may have been some other pre-influences, but Henry George's 1871 work, Our Land and Land Policy, where he was just laying it out and using Ricardo and Adam Smith as his basis and figuring out a way to how to work it so that the American nation would not go the way of Rome, in essence. Because empires seem to, and by the way, the progressive movement lasted through all the way to the 1920s. This is a 50-year period, and the reason why it ended is because people got tired of all the progress. Because it's, of course, reliant upon people, and people make mistakes or they get the wrong ideas, and then errors happen, and then the mistakes get really big. And then the country was lost for like 12 years or more in the Great Depression. You know, we're working really good when Jairo falls asleep. Lindsay. Okay. Are you still there, Daniela? Oh, hi, Jairo. Emanuel Swedenborg. That's the guy's name. Emanuel
Oh.
Swedenborg.
Swedenborg.
Yes.
I have heard of him.
Yes. Swedenborg Foundation. Swedenborg.org is one way. You can also find a lot of his works published. On Gutenberg Archive. Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg.
Archives. Archive.org, maybe?
Yeah, probably, but let me, because there's more than one way to go, or more than one way to get to things. Oh, that's interesting. Project Gutenberg has been archived to archive.org. Let me start on the Gutenberg.org site and then search for Swedenborg. Did I spell it right? I probably spelled it with a U instead of no. Yes. Oh yeah. Here we go. All right, there you go. The most detailed, hundreds and hundreds of pages describing the visions of heaven. I'll just read some of the titles for the purposes of the archive of this video. The Delights of Wisdom Pertaining to Conjugal Love by Emanuel Swedenborg. Earths in our solar system, which are called planets, and Earths in the starry heaven, their inhabitants, and the spirits and angels there.
Wow.
Yes. Those are just two of the many titles you can download. It looks like.
And there we can find the answer to the questions that Don introduced. Why there's some strange anomaly going on in the sky. Maybe they're simply angels.
Remember, he lived in the 18th century.
So, first in our solar system, which are called planets, and Earth in the starry heaven, their inhabitants and the spirits, and wow, what a long title. It got truncated. And the spirits and wow. And then I read a book by Lobsang Rampa. That's a Tibetan name, but it was actually an English person who claimed that he had an accident, maybe he got hit on the head, and that was the opportunity for the spirit of a Tibetan Lama to take over his body from then on. And so as that Tibetan, he wrote all these books. And one of the books was called The Hermit. And in there, it's a story of someone going up to the mountains, into the cave, to sit down and listen to a hermit who lives in the cave, and he's blind. And that hermit tells him of all these things, of how the earth was populated. The gardeners, and how they traveled in an ark through space and helped plant the plants and animals and man on this earth.
There was a sequel, well, sort of loosely based Prometheus movie, which you've maybe seen already, that had that idea with a set of giants, and they discover one of the giant spaceships, and it borrowed quite a bit and was kind of connected with the Alien and Aliens, I guess you call them Aliens series franchise of movies. Because of course you had your AI who ends up betraying, which I guess that idea from 1979's Alien was Sigourney Weaver, and I forget the fellow, he played the dad in Family Ties. But there was, of course, the 1968 film 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Wow.
And you get that same where you're living inside of the ship, the Discovery, which is automated by the HAL 9000 computer. Just a bit of trivia. You probably already know this, and I feel like I'm babbling at this point, but you know where they got HAL from? The HAL acronym?
Harry and Larry. Uh,
Nice guess. Who was the largest or most predominant computer business, even all the way into the early? In fact, the one who started the PC acronym, personal computer line.
International Business Machine.
Now, subtract 1 from each one of those letters. Subtract 1 from the letter B. Go back 1 ASCII.
A.
Okay, subtract subtract 1 from M. What's the letter that comes before M?
M.
Yeah, what precedes the letter M?
The letter N.
That succeeds the letter M. What precedes the letter M?
Precedes the letter M. L. L.
Yes. All right. What precedes the letter I?
H.
Okay, now take IBM -1, -1, -1 on each of the letters, and you spell.
H. A. L.
Right. And it's interesting because that acronym comes back again in Microsoft Windows. In their NT line, they create the HAL, only the acronym it, they actually make that acronym a word. They call it the hardware abstraction layer. So whenever you're installing Windows, Windows is written to operate on the hardware abstraction layer, and the hardware abstraction layer is written to work on an x86 based system.
Oh.
Yes. Now, if you want to intercept any and all communication going in and out of every aspect of that, from your keystrokes to everything coming through Wi-Fi, you would embed your little monitor for capturing and redirecting this information into your hardware abstraction layer.
Mm. You could write, you could embed code into the hardware abstraction layer so that it would not be detected. And that code could be used for what purpose?
It sits between the rest of the operating system, which is what you're using to interface with all your programs, and the things like the network interfaces, the keyboard driver, the mouse driver, the display. It's all operating through it's the nexus between all the software, the user, and the equipment. So remember TEE, that Unix command where you can take any input, split it, continue to present the copy in one place, and write everything else that's going to output over to this file over here.
What is that command?
TEE.
TEE.
Yeah, we covered it previously.
What does it do?
It takes an input and splits it to 2. So if you have an input going to an output, let's say a keyboard is the input and the output is a screen, you could stick T in between the input and the output so that the output's still going to the screen, but also piped off to a side, the output would also be going to a file.
Hmm.
So T, read from standard input and write to standard output and files. It's a classic Unix command for straight splitting outputs so that, let's say if you just want to do a complete form of logging, that would do that.
Read from standard input and write to standard output and files.
Right, because oftentimes file systems have limits in terms of how big a file could be. But you could hypothetically, for instance, I'm on a Mac, an Apple MacBook Pro right now, and there could be something that's taking everything that I'm doing and writing it to a file. If I had iCloud enabled, I'd have access to all my files, a copy of them, for instance, within the iCloud, so that if a cannon shot through the hard drive and completely obliterate it past the point of my being able to restore and gain access to my data again, well, all my files were also being constantly, in addition, being written to the iCloud. So I had my local copy here, but the data is all stored up there in those other people's computers. In this case, Apple, the private corporation, and only I'm supposed to have access to that. But of course, we know that there have been breaches of iCloud, usually through prior weaknesses that were yet understood in the in iCloud's authentication system.
So the T command is a sub. No, the T command is
It's a program.
a notion derived from the ideal universal Dharma,
Perhaps.
a subset of the law of cause and effect, karma.
I don't know. Dom,
So
there. I think we've split here. We're moving in different ideas.
So that karma would be piped. So one's action produces a visible result in the standard output of we see our action produce a result. But part of that action is also copied over to the Akashic records. So then
Well,
when we're judged by Jesus
yeah,
and looks over all our actions and he says, oh, sorry, you go to hell.
I don't even know if that, because I mean, it's difficult, especially when you invoke an idea like hell, because is hell incorporated into Christianity itself a form of syncretic belief? So you were performing, you're creating a syncretic merge or synthesis of some Buddhist ideas and some perceived dogmatic Christian ideas there. But let me use Dom's model for a moment, where he was saying that the most base religion would be commerce, and he stated that if we had digital technology hundreds of years ago, I don't know what his point was, that whether things would be simpler or we wouldn't have things like money. The reason why we wouldn't have physical currency necessarily is because with a T command, you could go back to the system similar to how the Sumerians had set up their clay tablets. Those tablets were usually a record of owning oxen, let's say, for instance. And this many people owed, or this family, group, tribe, whatever, this individual, let's say, we'll just say it's you and me in this example. We've done this before with our automobiles, for instance, in that they're valued in such and such a way. But let me use the example of this person borrowed that, and in return, they owe this many oxen, or rather the ownership of the oxen is now been transferred over to this other entity, be it person, family, tribe, nation state, whom, whatever that entity is. And this is that record of that, and it's kept in that hall of records, and it's tied very much to the law, as possession is 9/10 of the law. Literally it is, because I worked at a law firm who dealt with nothing but public municipal bonds, and they had bookshelves upon bookshelves of books that defined who owned what and how much, down to the cent. And they'd be like minimally that big, but usually like that big, and everything in between, just shelves and shelves of these things. And on the binding of the book would be the dollar amount of that bond down to the cent. And if you were to open up the book, it would have, and this is something that has to be prepared by lawyers, since how public works often get funded. Is a city will issue a bond, people will buy up the bonds, and all this gets recorded in a book, and it's handled by lawyers. And this is who owns, or rather, the reason why I said to Dominic why he would view things differently than I, as a citizen of the United States of America, would view things, is because ultimately he has a king. Whether he wants to admit it or not. Certain Canadians seem miffed about it, and other Canadians seem, okay about it, and probably most of them don't give it a second thought. But here we supposedly have a rule of law, which would be to say that the ruling, or as he likes to say, we're stewards of our body and we're supposed to be stewards of the earth. I have to confess right now, I'm not the best steward of my body or of the earth. Okay, just had to level the ground there, because I don't want to sound too highfalutin, and I don't want to just be full of air. I've got a lot of work to do to make this body better, and I've got a lot of work to do to make the earth around me a more orderly place. And we'll just leave it at that. So why did I mention tea? So yeah, if you can have a digital or a set of distributed digital systems, as we do, computers, quote unquote smartphones, then those binded books that declare who's responsible for what, or who gets the returns on certain investments, those can be teed. In fact, they are. That's the e-money that, or the digital cash idea. It's been most successfully promulgated in the idea of Bitcoin, which is basically a distributed ledger system.
Wow.
Yes, there you go.
Cryptocurrencies.
It's only good in so much in that it is a utility and a utility of record. Think of it as a read-only database that has that anyone can download a copy of, assuming you have the hard drive and bandwidth necessary to get it, because it's constantly being written to. Every 10 minutes there's a new block added to it, and that block represents the transactions from that 10-minute stretch of time globally, everyone who's participated in the Bitcoin network or has been a part of a Bitcoin transaction, I should say. And on October 17, I'm going to out myself here, but I believe in radical openness because I think that's necessary in order to know and learn and grow, even if it is at the cost of a loss of a certain degree of privacy. On October 17, 2014, a person gifted me what was at the time $10 and I believe 6 cents, or it could have just been $10 and the 6 cents was the function of the differing value of from the moment that he intended to him clicking it, and then the value of Bitcoin relative to the value of the United States dollar had changed. But he gifted me what was about $10 worth at that time, during that 10-minute block within that day of the 17th of October 2014. And at one point, that $10 was worth in United States dollars because it's such a relatively radically and updating. I don't want to say volatile, although it is volatile, but volatile tends to have a negative connotation to it, because the amazing thing of Bitcoin, its primary feature, as inefficient of a solution that it is that because of its design scarcity, because of the fact that we all know that there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin minted, period, that in and of itself, and people's willingness to believe that it is in a way real, that it is, its value is in its utility, and it's backed by the faith of the people utilizing it. Because they think that it can operate as a store of value, it does. For a long time they didn't. More people got on board, and the more people who got on board and the more news that was generated with regard to it, the greater the quote unquote stock worth of that currency became. Which is why we had a president, the 45th president, who at one point valued his personal brand at $10 billion, mostly because of the news that was able to be generated about the fellow. It really does come down to faith and belief in the end. Because what backs the United States dollar? It's not that you can trade it in for gold, because that stopped being the case 52 years ago. What backed the value of gold? Scarcity. The fact that there was only so much of it, and it took a lot of labor to pull it out of the ground, and more so to refine it and to turn it into coins or various size weights. And there was at one point, there's a theory, there's a labor theory of money that states that so many bushels are equivalent to so many so much labor that it takes to extract gold out of the ground would be equivalent in the amount of human energy expended compared to how much labor is involved in harvesting wheat, for instance. So based upon that theory, which is the theory, was it the labor theory of money, you could exchange X amount of gold for X number of bushels of wheat. And that lasted for a while, I think, in the 1700s. But ultimately, it comes down to, I think, Ricardo's law of rent. Let me pull that up. I wanna quote instead of try to remember. Law of rent. Let me see, what would be a good source? We'll try Investopedia. No, this one's too long. We'll try not the iron law of wages, the law of rent. Let's try this guy, econopunk.com. Let's see if he gives us a, no, that's too many words too. I know in the last 3 weeks I've seen a 1-sentence summary. I'll just read off the top of Wikipedia for law of rent. The law of rent states that the rent of a land is equal to the economic advantage obtained by using the site in its most productive use relative to the advantage obtained by using marginal, i.e. the best rent-free land for the same purpose, given the same inputs of labor and capital. All right, so this is I would say the Ricardo's law of rent, or the law of rent, is the foundation, at least in the system that I understand best, the foundation to not only the most efficient utilization of natural resources and labor and capital, but yeah, that's it. That's what it is. This is the foundation of that. The law of rent states that the rent of a land site is equal to the economic advantage obtained by using the site in its most productive use relative to the advantage obtained by using marginal, i.e. the best rent-free land for the same purpose, given the same inputs of labor and capital. And just to read one more section out of Wikipedia, the first paragraph out of the description: the law of rent was formulated by David Ricardo around 1809 and presented in its most developed form in his magnum opus on the principles of political economy and taxation. This is the origin of the term Ricardian rent. Ricardo's formulation of the law was the first clear exposition of the source and magnitude of rent. So what does all this mean? Well, I think that it's important to recognize, A, that like that fellow who ran for presidency, who wore gloves, he was a US postal worker, and his primary platform, his campaign platform, is the rent is too damn high. Okay, and I think that's still true, and that's actually become more true since he ran his campaign. What makes the rent too damn high? I would argue that it is a set who have figured out a way to basically make the system that exists for us, that has been the evolution of hundreds or thousands of years, essentially work for them. And they've done it the open, sometimes not so open, but they've done it in that basic way, in that they've purchased the land from, there's a statement, I forget who said it, but if you trace land titles all the way back to their original claimants, does that mean you found the first person who stole it? Okay. And I think quite often the land has, at least when I think of the United States of America, I think that the land has been primarily cleared. So when Dom mentioned American Empire, we had literal armies going and clearing the continent of people who came over. I think it was like a dozen or 20, I forget how many, when they search and do genetic looking. I think it was something like 12 or 20 families who crossed over in the land, on the land bridge, who came in and then first settled the Americas, what we call the Americas. So then you're getting to Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steel, Guns, Germs, and Steel, where the idea is that those with superior technology wind up overcoming those without. And that's done through guns, germs, and steel. So you have a stick and I have a sword. My sword beats your stick unless you're really good at that stick. But if I have a gun, haha, you're dead before we even get within stick range. And also germs. Here, let us gift you with these blankets. We don't tell them that that we got the blankets off of people who died from smallpox, but that's how it went. And what, something like
Wow.
95% of the indigenous peoples upon this land were wiped out through a combination of these means. Horses played a role too. Of course, horses played a role. This isn't just an occurrence that happened in the Americas. It happened throughout Asia and Europe, because whoever in whatever land is probably somewhere in what would be within the modern border of China had developed silk, and the Mongolians had the technology of silk underwear, and they were a horse people. And underneath their clothes, this was their secret weapon. Not only did they have archers who could shoot on horseback in any direction, it was amazing. They would, from a very young age, train. But what was unbeknownst to them, that the people who were trying to defend against these people, they had silk underwear on. And one of the things about silk underwear, and also the clothing that they wore, you could shoot them with a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen arrows, and they would keep on riding and shooting their arrows, or maybe use a sword if close contact was involved. But they could get filled with arrows, and the arrows would not pierce their flesh because of the combination of their outer clothing and the silk underwear underneath.
Wow.
Yes, that was the secret of why no one could defeat the Mongols, and how the Mongols could spread across Asia and create what was the largest empire across the known world.
And now I know the rest of the story.
Well, it's 10:50 a.m. What do you have other things to do today?
Today, I have I ordered a battery for a laptop. I'm gonna stick it in the laptop, so I'll unscrew it and take off the bottom and put the new laptop in and see if it works.
Mm.
And I have another computer that I changed the mechanical hard drive, and maybe it had also a solid state drive, but it was smaller. So I put in a new solid state drive that is larger. So now I'm gonna install the operating system on it.
All right.
Oh, I have a MyCloud, a Western Digital MyCloud, that I lost the password to make it work. Like a MyCloud account requires an email and a password, and I can't get into it. So
Yeah.
well, I can put the MyCloud in a network and get into the files. But if I want to do MyCloud like from far away and go in and look at the files, like a OneDrive or something, I can't get in because I lost, or somehow I can't get in the account.
Right. Is it that you don't have the proper password, which is your key to get into that account? Or is it that there's something going on with the validation? Or did you think you had stored one password, but in actuality you had stored another?
So I can't remember. It's been a while, but maybe I'll go into Western Digital support and ask around in the forum or in the Western Digital community, see how to maybe I should move all the data over to another hard drive and then wipe it clean and like factory reset it and start anew
Well,
and create a new.
yeah, before you do that, you may want to talk
account.
with the folks at Western Digital in case they're using some sort of unique identifier code built into the hard drive or the circuitry of the drive that was used in creating the, like if that plays a role and you're copying and then it tries to look at some other unique identifier on the other replacement hard drive, like the not the model number but the serial number of that hard drive, if it plays a role in the authentication, then you may be going down a dead end. You may have to stick with the original drive that you have, but then, so are you saying that the hard drive is encrypted? It's a local drive, or is this a virtual drive existing within a quote unquote Western Digital cloud? Or Western Digital cloud?
So if I can't recover getting into the account, but I can still connect the my cloud into a home network with like Ethernet cable to the router, and I can see and get into the files easily. I think I still can, and so that way maybe I could copy all the files to another, like an external hard drive in a case, and save them there, and then I could maybe figure out how to.
I recommend instead of
reset.
copying that you clone the drive, that you create a clone of it. You understand the difference between a copy and a clone? Like, what's this? Arc something. There's a number of disk archiving tools out there, but what it does a low level bit by bit mirroring or low level copy of it, as opposed to trying to copy files that might go from one system into another file system. What it does is just take a snapshot of the entire disk, and then you can put that snapshot into a file within a larger archive.
Oh, there's a command that I learned and used. It's in the Windows system. Instead of your regular copy or X copy, there's one called like RoboCopy, and the benefit I learned is that it keeps the timestamp the same, because when you regularly copy, it puts the timestamp of when you did the copying, and that's
Right.
not
Yeah.
nice.
So in Unix speak, the command is CP for copy, and if you want to preserve the attributes, such as there are 3 timestamps for every file, like in a an ext2 file system. Yeah, but it's CP space dash, which indicates this is a switch going into the command A, which means preserve attributes. So you're copying even the attributes that way. So that's just a little bit of that's the switch you want to use if you want to preserve your all the date stamps.
So
Also permissions, but it preserves all the attributes.
And then there's synchronizing 2 directories with RoboCopy. But that was my mistake, because why? Oh, okay. So I wanted to free some space in a hard drive, so I copied it over with RoboCopy, and then I erased the files in the original, but then because I had used a certain sub commands with RoboCopy, it continued to synchronize I forget, and or so anyway, when I removed by deleting, it also deleted on the target. So I ended up deleting it in the target, and I lost what I.
This, so in the larger scheme of things, is this Western Digital Drive belonging to someone else or is it yours?
Mine, but I'm also using a Western Digital MyCloud based operating system 5. MyCloud, it's a big box with I don't know, 5 or 8 hard drives inside. But I think it's actually totaling 4 terabytes, but it's actually double that in actual storage.
That's at your workplace?
It's a kind of a RAID kind of thing. And so yes, at the workplace, they have a NAS, a Western Digital NAS, 2 of them actually. So so after I move all the stuff to one, then I put something on to synchronize them so that they'll both have the same thing, and then move one over away from the office. Yeah.
Physical, right? Okay, so you're experimenting in data availability services, so that if a meteorite falls through the sky and completely destroys all of the hard drives in that NAS, so that the data is completely physically on. It'd be impractical to even try to restore anything from that. You've got a mirror copy NAS like at the owner's home, for instance.
Outside. Yeah.
Outside. Maybe you're renting space at a data center somewhere, wherever it is. Yeah, that's availability services, generally speaking. Okay.
So when I was using the RoboCopy, moving stuff from the regular Windows Server 2012 to the NAS, I used RoboCopy to move some stuff, but I put some slash blah 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 settings, but I made it so that they would sync, and that was my failure. I shouldn't have been syncing when I was doing the RoboCopy, because then when I did delete a directory on the original server, it deleted it on the NAS, and so I lost it.
Yeah.
Then I waited a month or more later, and then I couldn't recover it, because after a month or more, then you can't go back and recover what was on the.
Yep, that's the difference between an education and an experience. Education is where you read to learn, and an experience is where you learn.
From your mistakes.
Yes. So you got a real education, or as they like to call it at Full Sail, a real world quote unquote education. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I wonder what
that's where pain comes in handy.
World education is. The real world education in Full Sail is that when you graduate, you end up in the real world with all that debt.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Oh boy. Yeah, and the founders of the university who promised to be there as a feature of the graduation ceremony. You'll get to shake the hand with the founders, except they had to attend via video conference because they're currently living on a private island somewhere, which they bought with all that tuition money. Oh boy, I've known too many early graduates of that institution. Okay, well, we should probably wrap it up. It's 11:03 now. It's been fun.
Yes, another morning wasted. No, this wasn't too wasteful. I will go back to it someday and say, wow, that was interesting. I didn't catch it the first time.
Yeah,
And
I used your archives for that purpose too.
thank you very much for attending
Thank you
and
for
sharing.
hosting.
Have a good week.
You too, Jairo. And be sure to save the chat because I stuck some resources in there. Maybe some of them will come in handy for you.
Oh, wait, maybe I should hit the record button. Start recording.
Oh no,
Oh.
no, it's all been archived to YouTube, so we're good.
Oh, does the chat get archived into YouTube also?
It does not. You'll have to save that and then maybe post
Oh.
it in the
How-
future because I stuck some resources in
Let's
there.
see, how
Sorry,
do-
I clicked on the YouTube link.
How can I
Oh.
save the chat?
Are you using a phone or a computer?
And with the phone, how would I do that?
I know with the computer you get 3 dots to the
Let's see
right
if I
of the
can
smiley
find it.
face. Gives you save chat as an
Oh,
option.
I see one, 3 dots there. Oh, it says reply or delete. Oh, what about here?
Yep.
Oh, it gives you all these little icons. I see 3 dots in the last post where you entered here and www. Blah 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 blah. 5 free and reliable cloning tools. Oh wow! I'll just tap on it and open it.
There you go. All right. Till next time. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, whoever ventures into this episode. Oh, he not busy being born is a busy dying. I know that was popped in my head, so I put that title on this one. Thank you. Bye.